Hopefully you can hear me now. Hi! Sorry, I kept forgetting that myself and Rainbow were fiddling around with OBS not too long ago, and I forgot that changed all of my settings. Oh, Remy. Remy. You're so swooner. Okay, so since everybody can hear me, I am hilariously on my laptop today. Well, I'm always on my laptop today, but I am not inside at the desk because pain. But that's not gonna stop us from streaming. Can you guys hear the game? It should be sounding a little spooky. Should be sounding a little spooky. But I will up the volume if you guys cannot hear it. There should be some dun-duns. Thank you, Remy. But do let me know if you can. Game volume up. That we can do. I need to remember to mute that for myself. Is that better? How is the spoopies? Do let me know. But we should be good to go. Well, I have cranked the volume all the way up. Okay, so let's start the game anyway, and we'll and if we need to adjust, we'll adjust. So, in order to begin this most important part of this entire experience, you will be asked a series of questions and you must answer them honestly. Now, when I say answer them honestly, I don't mean answer them how you'd like to answer them. Answer them with truth, even if it's hard to face. You'll want to be good people. We rarely admit our faults, grievances, or mistakes, but you must decide what you truly want. Do you want this to work properly? Do you want the truth about yourself, your destiny in this world? Or would you rather live and lie? Or would you rather live a lie just to hide from yourself? This process is very simple in theory. Just answer a long series of questions. What's difficult is self-analyzing your own psyche to evaluate the truths in your own mind and life so you can predict your future. You see, as long as you're honest with these questions and answers, you'll be able to see your own future here. This will tell you things you already know, but don't necessarily know that you know. As long as the answers you provide to the questions asked are 100% honest and true, this process will simply unlock a part of your mind that you did not have natural access to. This isn't psychic. This isn't a personality test. This is simply nature. This is you. This is your own mind. This is simply nature taking its course This is the human brain at work, unlocking hidden truths within itself. While attempting to answer these questions, you may often wonder things like, well, this answer depends on the circumstances. Create your own circumstances in your mind and answer the questions with a simple yes or no as you see fit. You may not understand nor realize it, but your mind will develop the situations required to answer your questions the way it needs to be answered. I invite you to grab a drink of water, sit back, relax, and enjoy the experience. We are about to begin a series of questions that, provided you're a willing participant, we will unlock some substantial information today. Here we go. Do you believe that everyone should always be treated fairly? By and large, yes. Do you believe that everyone should always be treated fairly? Or should always be treated equally? Yes, by and large. Have you ever invented anything? No, I have not. Do you believe that you are worthy of someone's time investment? Yes. Would you consider yourself to be open-minded? I think I would. I think I'd consider myself to be pretty open-minded. Would you say that you sometimes have trust issues? Yeah. Would you be alright with living alone forever? Yes. Absolutely not. Would never be true. Do you always give someone the benefit of the doubt? No. If I'm being honest, no. My brain tends to jump to they did this on purpose rather than they're just stupid and didn't realize what they were doing. Someone once told me, and this has stuck with me forever, to not confuse malice with stupidity. And that has stuck in my brain ever since. Like, don't confuse malice with just sheer stupidity. Sometimes people are literally just really fucking stupid. Let's see if we can crank up the spoopage. Oh, maybe we can't because we're in game. What did I... Oh, balls. I can't go back anyway. Do I dislike the sound of my own voice? I don't dislike the sound of my own voice. But I don't, like... I'm not a talker by nature. Like, unless you kind of give me a prompt or a topic or you're looking for information from me, I'm normally pretty quiet. And plus, the sound of your own voice comes to me as a phrase. Like, oh, they love the sound of their own voice. Like, they love talking rather than the actual sound of their voice. So I guess that would be a no. Do I like the colour blue more than black? Yes. If you found money on the street and knew who it belonged to, would you give it back to them? Really, Remy? That's so interesting. Yeah, I would probably give it back to them if I knew who it belonged to. Are you sure you want the answers you seek? Yes, I am willingly throwing myself open, my psyche, to my chat. So yes. Are you afraid of spiders? That honestly depends on the day. It's so weird. Like, it honestly depends on the day. And it also depends on how near they are to me. Like, if they're off chilling, doing their own thing, then I am perfectly fine with it. If y'all are, like, coming up close to me, I am less cool about that, if I'm completely honest. I am less cool about that. But by and large, I live and let live with the spiders around my house. It's also like, I don't know whether it's just a witchy protection-y thing, but like, spiders are normally a really good indicator that you're protected. And is also a sign of, like, Morrigan. So, you know, so generally I don't get rid of spiders in general in my house. So, and honestly, like, the spiders in my house are pretty chill. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Cassie. Let me just grab my water bottle so that it's closer. Yeah, so, like, I will live and let live. With the spiders in my house, honestly. Like, they generally are most predominant. Unsurprisingly, like, in doorways and things like that. Which, if you are witchy at all, and Honey will confirm this for anybody who is curious in chat, doorways and entryways are pretty, am I doing anything tonight? No. Is it another moon that I'm missing or something, or do you need me for something? I cannot tell. Yeah, doorways and stuff are pretty important. Full moon. Yep, okay. I'm no good at remembering these sorts of things. Nope. And it would be too, it'd be too late for me to set up anything anyway. That does remind me to fill you in on some other things, Honey, after stream. Because if you pop by, you'll notice some differences. Full moons are very pretty. If you know nothing else about witchcraft or astrology or astronomy, it's really pretty. I have this thing, and this is more the astronomy side, on my phone, where all I need to do is literally, like, open it up and it'll tell me where I am in terms of, like, where the stars are, in terms of, like, if I took the roof off my house and the clouds away, what stars would I see? Like, directly in front of me. And it's so pretty. And it'll show you, like, any of the maps of the constellations that are around, and oh, it's just really pretty. I do that sometimes when I'm sad. And I'll open it up and I'll go, oh, it's pretty. These days, to go and chill out, we have, for anybody who is lurking and watching and whatever, we, in the Discord, we have a Minecraft SMP, and Rainbow still hasn't deactivated the Christmassy stuff yet, and I don't know when he's going to, but right now at night, it's like snowfall, but it's also, like, got sparkles and twinkles in it. Remy, if you haven't checked it out for Christmas, you should. And it's some of the most prettiest things I think I've ever seen. And I think Rainbow thinks I'm being super sarcastic when I say that, but I literally log on for a few minutes like every day, just to literally look up at the sky, because it's so pretty. No worries, Remy. You do what you need to do. But it's so pretty, and I like wish I could have it all the time, just as my own personal little bubble of like happiness, like a snow globe that I could just walk into and be like, ooh, I like all the shiny sparkles. Anyway, back to spiders. No, I don't think I'm afraid of spiders. If I knew I would emerge unscathed, would I jump into molten lava? Yeah. I mean, if I knew it would be literally no different to like jumping into water, well, except, you know, you get wet with water. Yeah, I'd do it. Would I consider myself to be fat? Whoa, you're really going for the jugular, aren't you? Do I consider myself fat? Yes. Am I probably fat? Is probably debatable, so... Would I say I have lots of charisma? Fuck no. No, not in the slightest. Why I say I don't think I have a lot of charisma is I associate charisma with being able to like woo or being able to like draw people in. Not necessarily in a negative way, even though I've only ever really experienced it in a negative way. So I don't think that's something I have personally. I don't know whether chat would agree with that or not. Let me know what you guys think. I'd be interested to hear whether or not you guys think I'm chock full of charisma or not. Okay. Honey has already declared that I am getting a bonking for not thinking I'm charismatic. Have you ever wished you could be temporarily frozen? Me or time? Aw, social shy guy, thank you so much. That's very sweet of you to say. Okay, chat apparently does not agree with the fact that I don't think I have any charisma. With the "this is fine" emotes that are currently floating around. Y'all are so funny. Have I ever wished I could be temporarily frozen? Me personally, no. Like, as in, frozen as in time? Yes. Me personally, no. Like, if I could freeze time, I could rob a bank. I love how that's my that's my litmus. Like that is my that's my litmus test of could I get away with robbing a bank? Don't know what that says about me. But yeah, have I wished I'd had that sort of power? To be able to just kind of freeze time and then just like do what I want? Yeah. Do I wish I myself, which I think is what this question is asking, that I could be frozen temporarily? No. So we're gonna say no. Because it's very specific that it's like, have you ever wished you could be temporarily frozen? No. Yeah, for legal purposes, this is a joke, and Spec has no planned robbings, and I have never robbed a bank. This is all very interesting. Did you realise that the last letter of the previous 5 questions, when put together, spells the name Satan? Nope. Does that make you uncomfortable? Nope. Are you good at finding hidden puzzles or clues? Normally. If I'm in, like, I am pretty good at, like, escape rooms and, you know, I don't know how much keep calm and nobody explodes people play, but I'm really good at, like, being the bomb, the person with the bomb in VR, who has to, like, stay chill and find all of the puzzle pieces in order to get the answers from the rest of the team. Like, I'm really good at that kind of stuff. This kind of stuff of, like, having to, like, pay attention, not so much. This is more of a perception thing rather than a puzzle thing. Like, are you paying enough attention? Welcome in, Scythe! We have already begun, but we'll fill you in real quick. I have not robbed a bank. Chat does not agree with my assessment of myself that I don't think I'm charismatic. And these are all questions that delve into your psyche. So we've talked about relationship with spiders. And I think that's the most important stuff covered, I think anyway. So, yes, I am normally good at finding puzzles or clues when I know that they're there to find. However, telling me that the last word in the last 5 previous questions spelled out Satan, that's a perception thing. That is not a clue finding thing. So I'm still going to say yes, even though the answer is probably no. Are you now wondering what other hidden messages are placed within these questions? I mean, yeah, slightly wrong game. No, because I don't really care that much. Have you been entirely honest with your answers thus far? Yes. Are you afraid of the consequences for answering questions dishonestly? No, because this is a video game. And my chat is here. So if I was to answer them dishonestly, chat would probably know. Because, I mean, y'all saw what happened when we were playing Definitely Not Among Us a few months ago. I can't lie to save my life. So, no. Were you aware that there were consequences for answering dishonestly? No, I was not. Are you wondering how these questions began to take a strange turn? I mean, I don't think they're taking a strange turn, no. Would you consider yourself captivated? What does that mean? I mean, I'm captivated by a lot. People, Kingdom Hearts, the things I love. I go swooner just like everyone else. So, yes. I do go swooner like everybody else. Hi, Misty. And people go swooner over you a lot, Mist, so... yes. I would assume yes is the answer to that. Very interesting. Pets are being redeemed as we speak. These are from Scythe. Would you consider yourself brave? Yes. Do you view yourself as someone with above average intelligence? Yes. And I think I say that with somewhat little hubris. I mean, Cassie did compare me to an Alakazam last night when we were chatting. So, I mean, that's pretty small sassy as far as I'm concerned. So, yes. Have you been looking for hidden messages in these questions? As I've said to chat, no. Are you wondering which hidden messages you have missed? No. Have you been wondering how long this test will take, or how many questions exist in this session? No. Would you consider yourself to be a patient person? Honestly, no. I don't think I'm patient, but a lot of people tell me I'm patient. Like, I would love to have things, like, right now. Like, for things to get better right now, for things to change right now. But that kind of, but the question of that is that just me, is that me being impatient, or is that me being human? What are your thoughts, Chad? Hi, yes. Misty, you are still getting, like, pets. You are still getting pets. There's just nothing additional for you. Human. You are probably right. You are probably correct. That is probably more just me being human than anything else. Okay, well then we'll go with yes. Do most humans annoy me? Yes. Do I prefer animals to people? If by people we mean everyone else other than, like, chat, then you'll all be equal. But generally, yes. Do I believe in magic? Yes. Do I believe in God or the existence of some higher power? Yes. Do I fear death? No. Are you attracted to someone whom you're not currently in a relationship with? Oh boy. Yes. Did you answer that question with 100% honesty? For my sins, yes. Are you alone? No. If I told you with the utmost certainty that there was something watching you, would you believe me? Yes, because I am live streaming. Therefore, that would mean that there are people watching. Have you wondered who I am? No. Have you had any shivers at any point during this session? No. Do you feel like you're being watched? I mean, I hope this is being watched. That would be really awkward if it wasn't and everybody was literally just staring at a blank screen, just randomly guessing what I'm talking about. Like, that would be really awkward. It'd be super awkward. So, we'll go yes. Have you considered quitting the session early? No. Do I drink water every day? Ooh. I've gotten a lot better at it. Are we counting water as like cordial? Awkward? Awkward. Like, are we counting cordial as water? You know, the stuff that you, like, you put a little bit into, like, your water to make it taste a little better, but it's, like, such a low percentage that it doesn't really count. So I would count that as water. And yes, thank you, honey. This is a good clarification to make to chat in general. Fat is not a bad thing, regardless of if it's true. A body is a body, and its characteristics are not an indicator of moral standing. That is absolutely true. That is completely true. It's just hard when you know that versus what you think about yourself. You know, and that is something that I've always struggled with. So we're going to go with yes for the drinking water every day. Do I eat at least once per day every day? No. Do you realize that there's a high probability that you've missed a plethora of hidden messages so far? Yes. Are you wondering what they are? No. Would it bother you to never know without finding them yourself? No. Is your favorite number 7? No. But I do have a favorite number 7. Because of 7. You know, R7 in the Nook. He's my favorite. They're my favorite 7. They are definitely my favorite 7. But my favorite number is not 7. Life is short, but it's the longest thing we'll ever do. Do you agree? Yes. Oranges cannot be compared to apples. Do you agree? Yes. Venus is sometimes referred to as the morning star. Did I know that? Yes. Everyone deserves a second chance. Do you agree? Do I agree? No. No, I don't think I agree. If I was younger, I think I would have said yes. Now that I'm older, I don't think so. Because sometimes people do bad things and there should not be room for forgiveness in that. Or there should not be any second chances, not necessarily forgiveness. Because I do really believe that if you forgive somebody, you are forgiving somebody for yourself, not for them. But some people are not worthy of second chances. I can think of a few situations where if someone turned around and asked me for a second chance, I would tell them to take a long run off a short pier. You see, Misty, if you keep getting up and down, I don't know what to tell you. You're not going to find any extra food around here. Do I think that applies to everyone and everything? No. But I do think that there are some things that you don't deserve a second chance because of what you've done. So no, I think the answer has to be no. You can do anything you put your mind to. Do you agree? Yes, by and large. Like, the only exception to that would be, like, medical stuff. Like, you can't become a brain surgeon just because you think it. You know what I mean? Like, you'd want somebody with a degree in that sort of stuff for messing around with that kind of thing. Obedience is more important than freedom. Do I agree? No. Underwater adventures sound like a fun time. Do I agree? Yes, because I am somebody who is not afraid of the sea. Did I realise that the first letters of the previous 8 questions spelled out "I love you"? No. Do you wish to be loved? Yes. Have you ever felt hated? Yes. Do you have any addictions? Nope. Do you dislike the colour pink? No. It's not up there with my favourite colours, but I don't actively, like, I don't hiss and turn away at the sight of it, or turn into dust or anything, so no. Does the colour grey seem depressing? No, it's one of my favourite colours, actually. Do I enjoy loud music? Yes. Yes, I do. Do I like to dance? Yes. Yes, I do. Would you consider yourself normal? Absolutely not. Do you love your parents? That's a tricky one. Once upon a time, yeah. These days, after everything, no. Have I ever been lied to? Yes. Do you get angry often? No. There are a few things that certainly set me off more than others, but in general, no. Do I hold grudges? Yeah. Yeah, I do. And I know that I hold grudges. Sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's not. But if my brain will be very quick to, like, latch on to any patterns. So if you have done something and there is a chance that might reoccur, my brain will immediately be like, are we doing this again? Are we going through this again? Have I ever forgiven someone? Yes. Have you ever done something knowing you shouldn't have done it, but still did it anyway? Yeah, sometimes it's your way of reminding you to be safe. Yeah, exactly. Have you ever done something that you knew you shouldn't have done, but still did it anyway? I mean, I'm sure I have. because I think everybody does at some point. But can I think of anything? Like, legitimately, can I think of anything right now? No? No? Have I ever lied? Yeah. Have you ever cheated on a test? No. Well, that's reassuring. Do I think flowers are more beautiful than trees? I mean, yeah, because there's only really a few trees that I super love, and they tend to be the ones that have flowers or bloom anyway, so probably yes. Have I ever wanted to be an animal instead of a person? Yes. Do you believe you have psychic powers? Oh, that's constantly up for debate. Like, truly, that is constantly up for debate. Because I think every particularly, and Honey will agree with this, I'm sure. But there is a certain amount of perception versus psychology versus the ethereal that goes into any form of faith or belief system. So whether that's true psychic powers or whether it's a combination of everything or nothing is always up for debate. So for now, I'm going to say no, that I don't. That I just have a blend of understanding, and maybe there's some psychicness thrown in there somewhere. Who knows? Yeah. Now that you ask me, like, I don't really know. Like, I'm not able to bend spoons or anything like that. Well, I am able to bend spoons. If you give me a spoon to literally bend with my hands, I can bend spoons. But, like, I can't bend spoons with my brain. Yeah, I can't, like, bend spoons with my brain or anything like that. So we're gonna go no. Have I ever seen a ghost? Yes. Do I dream often? Yes. Do I have nightmares often? Yes. Do I suffer from anxiety attacks? Yes. Do I suffer from depression? Yes. Do you exercise often and stay active? No. Is there a particular type of food you despise? Yes. Would you consider yourself emotionally wounded? I think it would be weird, given my life, if I wasn't emotionally wounded. So we're gonna go yes. Have you ever felt betrayed? Yes. Have you ever felt lost? Yes. Do you consider yourself a natural leader? No. If you could push the button and destroy, if you could push a button and destroy the world, would you press it? I mean, humans as a species are awful. And the planet could definitely do without us. That is one thing for sure. But this gives whole, Final Fantasy VII Shinra levels of debate as to what's more important, the people who are on the planet or the people who are going to inherit it or anything else. Yeah, like, like, and the thing is, like, is that death going to be painful? Like, I want to believe that it's just like you press a button and then everybody just dies a painless death and the billion people around the world just go together. Right? Because for some people, living is an absolute misery. Right? And for others, it's an absolute joy. But for a lot of people, I feel like it's not. And that there's a lot of suffering. And if you see, and then you're having the debate of whether or not that's even up for me to decide. But in this instance, given the question, it is for me to decide, right? And do I have the right to take that potential joy away from somebody in order for them to not suffer? Yeah, I'm the same, but we live our lives in perpetual pain, honey, so our perception of this is skewed at best. I think if I nuked the world and everybody just sort of dropped dead, then I would be pretty chill with that. Hey, look, I would only be pressing that button knowing we were going together. You know? Like, I don't think I'd press the button if it was like a Thanos snap thing, where only half of us would go. Like, I think I'd want it to be all of us at the same time. Yeah, so let's push the button and destroy everyone. Do I sometimes dream of being a hero? I definitely had a hero complex when I was younger. That's for sure. Where, like, I could see myself rushing into burning buildings and saving babies and shit like that. But then, like, as I grew older, I sort of realized that being a hero has different forms outside of just that sort of whole, Superman complex, right? And sometimes it's just in being brave to do the things that are hard, that others wouldn't do. That is an act of heroism. Staying alive when you don't want to be alive is an act of heroism. And you'll never convince me otherwise that it's not. Oh, honey. You're so sweet. But yeah, you'll never convince me that that's not an act of heroism. That enduring is not an act of heroism. That overcoming obstacles is not an act of heroism. Oh, Scythe. Oh, you guys, you're gonna make me cry. Ah. So Honey said that I'm their hero, and Scythe said sometimes just being there for others when they need you. Sometimes it's just being there for others when they need you. I would say Spec is my hero. So sometimes do I dream of being a hero? Probably. I'm still gonna say no. But it's nice to know that for others, I definitely am to them. Oh, guys. You're so sweet. Have I ever been bullied? Yes. Have I ever bullied someone else? Have I ever bullied someone else? I don't think so. I know there are definitely times where I have definitely played fuck around and find out with people. Where I was the finding out part of that fuck around. Is that bullying though? I don't think so. It didn't feel like it at the time. I was once accused of bullying and therefore didn't get being a prefect in school, which is somebody who was basically, once you hit your final year of school, you were able to go back to younger years down the line and basically help them if they had any questions or be there for them. But I was accused by one of my friends at the time of bullying them, even though there was no real proof of it, and I wasn't allowed to be a prefect. Now, that is what you call still holding a grudge. If I'm 32 now and I still think about it and I'm bitter, that is holding a grudge. The only other times I think might be along those lines of is it questionable whether or not I have bullied someone else is if somebody was bullying one of my friends and I was getting in somebody else's face about that. But that's probably not bullying. Like I said, that's probably just more fuck around and find out. So, yep, stream is dying. And I'm back, I think. We were in the red for a hot minute there. I can only ever think of really one other time where I might have lightly crossed over that line, and that was when so back in my day when I was in school, myself and several girls from the adjacent area had to get a bus at stupid o'clock in the morning, and so we were all delirious most of the time, trying to keep ourselves awake and alert. And one of the girls in a couple of years beforehand, she was in some of the other girls' year, and she was legitimately being very sassy and taking the piss. Not taking the piss, she was just being nasty, and I slapped her across the back of the head because it was too early in the morning for that shit. And she was not expecting consequences for her actions. I don't regret it. I still don't regret it. But yeah, that to me wouldn't be bullying. That would be fuck around and find out. And I have always been a fuck around and find out kind of person. Oh no, the look of sheer surprise on her face, and I didn't wallop her or anything. I just gave her a stop being a fucking idiot slap on the back of her head, and she was dumbfounded. She was what the fuck just happened? And I sat there and I stood there are you gonna keep talking shit about me, or are you gonna shut the fuck up because it's 6:30 in the morning? Because I'm not in the mood for this, and if you keep talking shit, that's what's gonna happen. And she was just so unprepared for the fact that there were consequences to her actions. Completely unprepared for the fact that there were consequences to her actions. And I mean, what do you do with that? For somebody who has not had the life experience to be I can just say whatever I want and nothing happens as a result of it. No. I mean, I mean, I'll put it to you this way. She never did it again. And she was very careful about who she talked back to in future. For, like, if she was the one being a dick, it made her think twice about it. So, I mean, lesson learned. Don't be a dick to people. Should I have done it? Arguably not. Did she deserve it? Arguably yes. I'm trying to think of if I have any other instances, but I will say, yeah, there is that. But I will say that if the only instance I can think about that I can think of is something that happened from when I was like 16, then I probably haven't bullied anybody. If that's the only instance I can think of in my 30 years of existence, is one incident at a bus stop at 6:30 in the morning from when I was in school, then I probably haven't bullied anybody. So I think we can safely say no. Would I consider myself to be a dreamer? No. I'd say I'm pretty practical. Do you sometimes hurt people's feelings unintentionally? No. I think I'm pretty careful with my words in general. And I think if I do need to talk about something that will hurt somebody's feelings, I feel like I am mature enough to, like, go in there and rip the band-aid off. You know what I mean? And not try to sugarcoat it or dance around it or anything like that. So I'm gonna say no. Do I find space fascinating? Yes. Would I consider myself to be an artist? No. Would I like to consider myself an artist? Yes. Do I presently? No. Do I consider myself to be a good friend? Yes. Would you consider yourself to be flawed? Yes. Have you ever fascinated about being a supervillain or performing a heinous/egregious crime? Well, do we count the previous question of blowing up the planet? Do we count that? Are we talking about that one specifically? Because that probably counts. A supervillain or performing a heinous or egregious crime. I don't know. I mean, I would think that counts. And I would also think I have definitely kind of been like, murder about a few people. So we're gonna say yes. Do I believe in perfection? No. Have you ever stolen from someone? Nope. Would you ever kill someone under any circumstance? Yes. Yeah, I do. If you had one day to live, would you tell anyone? No. Have you ever told your darkest secrets to someone? Yes. Do you trust me even though nothing about me? No. Do you know who I am? No. Well, I know who you are. If I appeared right behind you now, would you scream? I mean, it would be really impressive if you could fit behind my headboard, dude, so no. If I told you that I've been behind you this entire time, would that scare you? No, because once again, I mean, you would have to be, like, teeny tiny, and that would not make me scream. Of course not. That would be silly now, wouldn't it? Would you consider yourself to be empathetic? Yes. Would you consider yourself to be romantic? Yeah. Have you ever been in a physical fight? Yes. Are you prone to headaches or migraines? No. Do you look at the ground when you walk? No. Are you attracted to the opposite sex? Yes. Would you ever shave your head? I have done repeatedly, so yes. Are you attracted to muscular bodies? Yes. Do you ever dance when no one is looking? Yes. Do you trust your best friend entirely? Well, I mean, like, they're in chat, so yes. Do you remember your childhood extremely well? No. Would you rob a bank if you could get away with it? Well, literally, since that was like one of the first things I said. Yes. Do you ever dream about running from a killer? No. Do you ever dream of falling off a cliff? No. Do you ever dream about being naked in public? Nope. Do you enjoy scary movies or books? As long as I can fast forward through them, then yes. If I have to, like, sit there, less so. Like, one of the things I really enjoy is, like, CinemaSins recaps of, like, horror movies where I get to see the best bits, but I don't have to endure, like, the trauma of it. And the same with, like, video games, where I am more than happy to watch a let's play of something spooky, because if it gets too much, I can, like, turn it off. But, like, you can't do that if you're in the cinema. You know what I mean? You can put down a scary book. Like, books don't tend... Even spooky books don't tend to scare me. So, yes. Do you enjoy comedic shows or movies? I mean, sure, as much as anyone else. Do I like being the centre of attention? No. No, I do not. Do I feel like something is always watching me? Generally, no. I mean, chat is the exception to this. Have you ever wondered what it's like going to space? Yes. Have you ever had an out-of-body experience? Yes. Have you ever punched a nun? Huh? Have I ever punched a nun? I actually might be one of the only people in this chat who could have had the opportunity to punch a nun. Because I went to a convent. Did I ever? I don't think I ever punched one of the nuns, no. Do I like dogs better than cats? Yes. Do you prefer to read more than watch movies? Yes. Are you still wondering why I asked you if you ever punched a nun? I mean, not really. I mean, it's about as random of a question as anything else. Oh yeah, I've definitely wanted to punch one of the nuns. Do I get starstruck easily? No. Do I hate going to big parties? Yes. Is your favourite part of your birthday receiving presents? Yes. Seriously though, have you ever punched a nun? Like, really? Just bam! Right in the face. Nun punch. No. Did you laugh? Yes. Did you say what the fuck even in your head? Or even out loud? I mean, I didn't say what the fuck in my head. It was just more like seriously thinking if I ever had punched a nun. I'm now eager to somehow get the opportunity to punch a nun sometime soon. I mean, not really. Depends on whether or not the nun had played fuck around or find out with me. But I'm not anticipating or getting excited about the prospect of punching a nun anytime soon. If there's a hell, do you think you're going to it? Yeah. Do you enjoy fantasy fiction games? Yes. Do you masturbate frequently? Ooh, should have put a NS and not safe for work on that. No. Are you wondering what constitutes frequently? I mean, frequently really is a barometer. Like, you can put that scale at anywhere to determine frequently. Are you more than slightly uncomfortable right now? No, I'm not. I'd be slightly more uncomfortable for the minors in the chat, though, considering I was not necessarily prepared for that question. Welcome back, Remy. Is my mouth dry? No. Does profanity make me uncomfortable? Absolutely not. Do I believe in legendary beasts such as the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot? I mean, I don't really know. I mean, like, the concept of Nessie is really cool. But, like, has it ever been, like... Do we ever know how deep Loch Ness actually is? And are we still only going by the definitions that it's, like, just a giant lapras? Because, like, if you could go to Scotland and find a giant lapras, I would absolutely be one of the first people there to try and find a giant lapras. As for Bigfoot, I mean... The wilderness is so vast and sprawling that it would be, like... I kind of feel about, like, legendary monsters the way I feel about aliens. Like, the answer is probably. Because it's weirder to think that we're alone. Right? And unless you made, like, a human chain of people going from one end to another and, like, collectively walking across together across the vastness of the American wilderness to 100% prove that there were indeed no monsters, that would be the only way you could ever prove that such a thing didn't exist. Welcome in, Evelyn. So, like, in my mind, that would be the only way of really disproving it. You know what I mean? But, like, I'm sure there's an explanation for it to be found. And I think maybe that's what I most believe in, is that there's probably an explanation for it, whether it's because it does exist, or if it's because of other things. Like, for example, corn rows and stuff, corn row patterns being actually made by, like, people with specific tools and things like that. And that explains said patterns. That's okay, I appreciate you dropping in, Evelyn. So maybe that's more of what I believe in than the actual monsters themselves. So we're gonna say no. Am I poor with money management? I would say, personally, I would say no in comparison to where I was with money. Am I overly generous, though? Yes. Should I prioritize myself more in my finances rather than my friends and stuff like that? Yes. Do I think that will ever change about myself? I don't know. So we're gonna say no. I'm not poor with money management. Choose one of the numbers that you feel resonates with you most at this very moment. Go with 11. Choose one of these colors that you feel resonates at this very moment. Choose one of the words that feels that you resonate with you. Choose one of the words that you feel resonates. And choose... Why is it asking me for my special stats? Do I enjoy solving mathematical puzzles? Yeah. Do I speak more than one language fluently? No, but I am hoping to change that. Have you ever visited a country other than your own? Yes. Do you enjoy coffee? No. Do you believe in demons? Yes. Do I believe in angels? Yes. Are you afraid of sharks? No. Do you prefer baths over showers? I mean, I haven't had a bath in God knows how long because I have not owned one. So I would love a bath, but generally, no. Does the smell of perfume or cologne give you headaches? Yes. Did you see a shadow moving in your room a few moments ago? That's okay, honey. You do you. No, that's fortunate. Do you ever hear your name being called even though you know no one is there to call it? That is what I have meds for. So, no. Do things often go missing and then reappear later? Yes, but that is probably the ADHD. Do you ever hear footsteps around you when you're alone? No. Do you ever hear random knocking noises? No. Do you often look at the same time on the clock every day? Yes. Have you ever felt your feet being grabbed at night when you're sleeping? No. Do I have any pets? Yes. Is your favourite colour green? No. Are you attracted to a family member? No. If you won the lottery, would you share the money? Yes. If you could be a dictator of your own country, would you accept the role? I mean... Sure, I guess. If it's me versus somebody else, then yeah. Have you ever wondered what it would be like going to prison? Yes. Do you like fishing? No. Do you like hunting? Well, I've never been fishing or hunting, so no. Do I like camping? No. Please give me a bed. Do I like guns? No. Are you getting tired of answering questions? No. Would you consider yourself to be kinky? No. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Do you agree? Yes. By and large, yes. Do you always keep your promises? By and large, yes. Would you ever completely trust someone who's lied to you? No. Are you an only child? We're going to say yes for simplicity. Do you ever enjoy being drunk? Yes, I used to. Do you like tattoos? Yeah. Do I enjoy being high in any form? I mean, no. Do I believe I have a soul? Yes. Did I cry this week? Have I cried this week? Yes, probably I've cried this week. Are you upset with someone right now? No. No? Yes? No? No. Is there someone you're not being completely honest with daily? Yes. Do you understand how this works yet? No. If you answer a question twice, your truths may change. It's not just about answering the questions, it's about the time you spend answering them and the combination you answer them in. It's about many different variables you'd never guess. Do you understand? I mean, yeah. Because this will change naturally depending on how you're feeling. It's why personality tests and the likes are more of indicators than they are of anything substantial, because you are inherently a river. There is no two versions of you that will ever be the same. Are you wondering if the test is coming to an end soon based on the previous question? Probably, yeah. If I were to tell you that this entire process was planted here for you, specifically for you, to learn something about yourself, and anyone else that bothers using this is just a byproduct of its intention, would you believe that? I mean, that would require this to be someone else's, for someone to have gotten here first, technically. So, no. Are you afraid of being abandoned? No. Are you afraid of dying alone? No. Do you worry that one day you'll be unexpectedly murdered? No. Are you always on guard, waiting to fend off an attack? I mean, no. Do you feel I know you yet? No. Have you heard any strange noises while answering these questions? No. I think we have enough information about you. Whether you script questions, answered honestly or dishonestly, took loads of time to respond, or answered quickly without even reading or understanding properly, I've been able to tell. I'm calculating your results. I'm analysing you very carefully. I am judging you. Rude. Based on what you've told me, this is what I can conclude. If anyone has been put into a box in this lifetime, it's you. And that just isn't a feasible thing to do with someone like yourself. I think you know that too. You don't belong in a box. You belong on a pedestal. Because you're magnificent. Whether you understand it, realise it, or even accept it. You might not think of yourself in that way for feeling or sounding. The fear of sounding or even feeling arrogant, but let's be real here. People look at you and your first thought is negative. You get uncomfortable. They're not looking at you for the reasons you think. They're admiring you. They're even somewhat intimidated. You give off such a powerful aura about you that people straight up don't know how to handle your presence. They can even appear a bit standoffish at times, but that's not because they don't want to know you. They just don't know how to act around you. You're not like other people. You think it's a problem with you, but it isn't. It's a power to be admired, though it's often misunderstood. Unfortunately, it's often misunderstood by you. You need to understand that no matter what you do, not everyone is going to comprehend who you are and what you're capable of, both good and bad. You will, however, find someone who you can open up to completely, because they will be that special key to unlock the gate you keep so guarded. You do need to do your best to open up, though. Make yourself a bit more accessible. Give people an opportunity to get to know you. They'd absolutely love what they see and hear. You need to build some confidence or simply fake it. They won't know the difference, trust me. One thing you need to be careful of, however, is trusting what people say and taking it to heart when it's negative. People who don't like you for whatever reason don't dislike you because there's something wrong with you. They dislike you because there's something wrong with them. No one who truly gets to know you could ever dislike someone so astonishingly in-depth as you. One thing you need to realize is that you might not be as good as some people say you are, but you're definitely not as bad as people say you are either. It's important to live in a healthy medium. If you don't understand yet, one day very soon you will. Your secret word is justice. Remember this word. It'll come in handy. Take the secret word that was assigned for you at the end of your session and leave it in a comment for us. We'll be selecting some of you based on your answers to be included in a future project we are currently working on. Do not be afraid. This is an opportunity for you to be a part of history. This is a chance for you to be a part of something greater. Be sure to note your secret word in the comments. If you do not wish to be a part of the upcoming project, simply leave your secret word out of the comments and we will not select your name. We appreciate any and all comments you leave and we always read them thoroughly. Thank you for taking time to answer these questions. I know they've been of some help for you, and if they aren't yet, they will make sense very soon. Trust me on that. You can find the test, hypothesis rising, the test final resolution, the testing, and which we're going to be doing those two next. If you enjoyed this installment, you can also find the journey series, the advisor series, which we'd encourage everyone to try. If you'd like to support us further or try our other games, you can find a link to them in the title screen. Thank you so much. Well, that was interesting. Not sure how I feel about that analysis. What do you guys think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Let me know while I'm trying to grab the other game. It's hypothesis next, I do believe. Please don't go full screen. I will not be able to see anything. Options. Everything is set to 100, so you'll have to let me know whether or not it is too loud. I don't need that. Do need that. Do properties. Okay. Let's see if we can squish this back down to size. Yeah, definitely on the more interpersonal side, for sure. See what we can squish through here. Let's see. We pop this a little bit. Then we can whoosh the rest of this up. Sometimes you don't have a choice, you just need to do this on the fly. Now, you should be coming ever closer for it to fit in the window, which would be lovely. Okay, we can close that, we can lock that, we can pop that there. You guys should be hearing audio. Let's go. Okay. Right. More testing. Before experiencing the test hypothesis, it is highly recommended that you play the prequel to the test before venturing into this experience. You shall stand to gain a lot more from this experience if you played the test first, and this examination will also make a bit more sense as it carries on from where you left off. Okay. I would like to urge you to go and play the test now before entering forward and follow the instructions listed throughout the game, as you will certainly get a better benefit overall by taking the tests in the order they were meant to be taken in. Would you like to close this game so you can have the opportunity to play the test? We have already played the test. Wonderful news. We can continue. Hello and welcome to my office. It is truly a pleasure to see you here today. What's up, Fate? Please excuse the mess. I haven't had a chance to clean up yet. Hi, Misty. No, stop standing on the laptop. Stop standing. No, I said stop standing on the laptop. Don't proceed to stand more on the laptop. When she wanders back over and is deciding to not stand on the laptop, I will resume giving her pets. Misty, Remy redeemed pets. Can I have your face or your butt? Nope, she is just ignoring me. Fine. And when I say happy, I don't even mean content. Being content is great, but it's not the same as being happy. I actually need to put the magnifier on or I won't be able to see anything. That's how you know you're getting old, chat. Is when you look at this font and you're like, I can't see a thing unless I actually have the magnifier on. I want to inspire you to be the best you can be. How nice of you, Fate. I want to inspire you to be the happiest version of yourself. I want to see you grow inside and out. Now, how do we accomplish this, you might be asking? Good question. Allow me to explain. I am going to ask you a series of questions and you are going to answer them with 100% entire honesty. And when I say 100% entire honesty, I mean 100% entire honesty. Think about it. You do want to be happy, don't you? You wouldn't want something bad as to tempt fate by lying, would you? Just remember, if you lie, the only person you're lying to is yourself. And technically chat, in this instance. Hi, Suki. Welcome on in. I mean, like, I literally have the magnifier option on my laptop so that I can read it. Otherwise, there would not be any reading happening. It would just be, this is messing with my dyslexia in a really big way. And believe me, you will suffer. Not to mention the fact that whether you tell the truth or not, I'll know. But that's another story. Let's be moving on, shall we? We've wasted enough time explaining what we're doing. Just remember, we all want to be good people. We all want to give the answers that feel lend the most desirable human traits within ourselves. But sometimes good people do bad things. And we don't always have desirable traits as humans. I cannot express enough to you how important it is to be truly honest while answering these questions, no matter how uncomfortable they may make you. Now it's time to get into the real meat of the experience. It's time for you to get the advice you deserve. As you read the questions and scenarios during the process, I want you to create your own circumstances and build your own bridges to arrive at the answer that best suits your own psyche. If you've never experienced the scenario being asked to you, then simply imagine that you have, and try to assume how you might feel in that situation. I'd like to invite you to pour a glass of water, sit back and relax, as we unfold your fate and the secret to overcoming the next hurdle in your life. We're going to start with some basic, easy questions. If you answer these questions twice, your advice may change. It's not just about answering these questions, it's about many different variables. And many different factors are at play here, including the amount of time taken to answer proposed questions. With that being said, it's far more important that you actually take your time and think about how honest of an answer you're giving before you give it. Whether you do so, do not rush the process. Time is your best friend here. You'll see what I mean soon enough. And here we go. I mean, honestly, it's Bulbaspec is like it's everything. It is. It's just it's everything. Do you feel uncomfortable right now? No. Are you nervous? No. Do you feel cold? I mean, not really. Maybe a little? Do you feel sad? Yeah, a little. Have you ever hurt someone because you were hurting even though they didn't deserve it? Probably yes. Do you crave acceptance by others? No. Have you ever lost a loved one? Yes. Do you know what heartbreak feels like? Yes. Do you believe in demons? Yes. Do you believe in curses? Yes. Would you consider yourself to be spiritual? Yes. Are you afraid of dying alone? No. If there is undeniable proof that a ghost is hunting you, would you continue to live in your home? Yes. Have you ever seen an object mysteriously moved without being touched? No. Do you believe that it is possible for a game to summon blah. We're going to take that as a no regardless, because I can't even, say it. Do you believe that it's possible for a game to summon supernatural forces into your life without you knowing it? I'm going to say no. I am going to say no. I don't think it's possible for a video game to do that. Would you like to make more friends? I mean, sure. Would you consider yourself to be a good friend? Yes. Do you feel lonely? Yes. Did anybody else see that? Was there like something that popped up on the screen that I didn't see? Do I make friends easily? No. Do you tend to avoid drama where possible? Yes. Have you ever had a near-death experience? Yes. Do you like horror movies? Yes. This is all very interesting. I hope that your lunch is nice and not poisoned. What are you having? Have you played the test? Yes. That's the spirit. Have you played the horoscope? No. Give it a whack. I'm totally not biased or anything. Do you watch porn? Nope. Would you consider yourself to be a hard worker? Yes. Do you have a low opinion of yourself? No. Would you consider yourself to be a confident person? No. Would you help an old lady cross the street even if you were running late for an appointment? Yeah. Would you kill all of your neighbour's pets just to save your own? Ooh. Ooh. Would I kill all of my neighbour's pets just to save one of my own? I mean, I can't talk. I've gotten in the middle of some dog fights for Misty. So, like... I can't talk. When she was a very young pup, myself, Misty, and it was one of the first times she ever went out in the lead. I remember for the rest of my life. And I was walking a friend to the train station, and this black dog appeared out of nowhere and literally was off the lead and basically went for her neck. And yeah, I got in the middle of it. Yeah. Needless to say, I pried its jaws off Misty's neck. And yeeted it. I don't know, it's probably just a me thing, and not a people thing, but I know a lot of dog first aid and anatomy, so there's a way of you don't hurt the dog by doing this, right? But there is a way to get a dog to relax its jaws if it's clamped down on something and it's stuck, by basically there's a point along its jaw where if you push in a little bit, it'll naturally relax it a little bit for you to be able to open its jaws fully. This is particularly useful if a dog is choking, for example, and you can still see it to pry it out. So that's what happened there. Was I literally got the jaw of the dog, unclenched it, and yeeted the dog. And yeeted the dog off Misty. And then its owner whistled for him and he immediately came back. I literally handed the lead to my friend who I was walking to the train station. And keep in mind, I'm 5'5", right? I'm not tall. not tall by any stretch of the imagination, but I literally handed the lead of Misty to my friend, and I went, I will be back in a minute. And to say that I went after this guy for having his dog off the lead, who just attacked my dog, and how I was now going for the owner, was was a scene, because my friend who I was walking to the bus stop, like, he was built like a shit brick house. He is 6'4", exceptionally stocky. Like, you wouldn't, like, if you saw him in a dark alleyway, you'd turn the other way, right? And here was me being like, excuse me for one fucking second, I need to go and, like, rip this guy apart. And I did. I walked over to him and I was like, and he tried to get away from me, and I'm just like, you're not, get the fuck back here. So in that situation, like, I can't honestly say that I wouldn't, because I have been in that situation, and if it came down to my dog dying or not dying, then I would obviously get in the way of that. So no, I have been in that situation where, and I think you just run on instinct in that moment. I know I certainly, because, like, one of the first things my dad ever taught me about dogs, and my dad had a lot of dogs when he was growing up, is that you don't get in the middle of a dog fight. It's like rule number one. There are ways of disengaging dogs in a dog fight safely. One of them being, like, if there's two people involved, you literally take their hind legs up and pull them back. That is the safest way to disengage and to make sure that they don't turn around and snap at you while they're in the heat of that fight instinct. Because then as soon as you've separated them, you can resume control of the situation. But the one thing you're not meant to do... Yeah, basically. And, like, my instinct just kicked in of as soon as I saw that dog with... because it was dark outside, so I didn't even see the dog, right? If I saw the dog coming and had seen, like, he didn't have, like, a collar on, he didn't have any sort of reflective thing on, he just appeared out of nowhere. And, like, my instinct really did just, you know, kick in. So I can't sit there and be like, oh no, I definitely wouldn't do it, when I know that I have been in that situation and absolutely, like, if that had gone down any other way, I would have gone further if it came down to it. I don't know how bad of a person that makes me, though. Have you ever tried to smother yourself with a pillow to see if you would actually suffocate yourself? No? Have you ever been caught dancing when you thought no one was watching? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Have you ever tried to roll your eyes so far in the back of your head to see if they'd really get stuck? No, but I have honestly rolled my eyes that far back dealing with people that I honestly did think they'd get stuck. So... have I ever tried? No. Have I had the fear? Yes. Have you ever played a practical joke that you would regret pulling on someone? No. Are you streaming live right now? Yes, we are. Well, hello there, audience. Fate says hi, everybody. Are you recording this gameplay right now? Yes, technically, live streaming. If I told you I was watching you play this game right now, would you believe me? I mean, you could be lurking, Fate. I mean, you're always lurking, Fate. So we're gonna say yeah. If you left a comment for me at any point in time, I've read your words. Does this bother you? No. If you've left a comment of me, does it make you feel positive that I've paid attention to what you've taken the time to write? I mean, for sure, it's nice to know when people have read your comments and want to interact with you and stuff. So I don't think that's necessarily weird. Do you understand that no matter what, I appreciate you? I mean, sure. I really do. Oh, thank you, Fate. Are you afraid of snakes? I mean, thankfully in Ireland we don't have any snakes, so I'm gonna say no. Do you believe in magic? Yes. Have you cried in the last month? Yes. Do you have a hero? No. Do you typically learn from your mistakes? Yes. Do you enjoy outdoor activities? No. Would you consider yourself to be lazy? No. Do you sometimes find it difficult to stay motivated? Yes. Do you put the needs of others before yourself? Yes. Would your family and friends describe you as kind? Guys, would you describe me as kind? I think you'd describe me as kind. Okay, we're getting yeses. We're getting yeses from chat. We're getting all caps yeses in chat. So we're gonna say yes. Have you ever cheated in a relationship? No. Have you ever been cheated on in a relationship? Yes. Would you consider yourself to be judgmental? No. I see. Are you a hero to someone else? Since we literally only discussed this in the last test, the answer to that is yes. Some people do consider me to be their hero. So, very generously. So, yes. Do I love animals? Yes. Have you ever found a family member on Tinder and wanted to hit them with a super like just to make shit real awkward? I mean, I've never been on Tinder. And honestly, knowing like my cousin, the thing is, the only concept that I think this of is like my cousins. If I found my cousins on Tinder, like if I sent them like a super like, they would probably think that was fucking hilarious, because that would be something that I do just to take the piss. Hi PJ, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well, Swooner. But no, that feels like the kind of joke that I would pull on my cousins just for the crack. Like they once rang me completely shit-faced because they bumped into one of my best friends once in the pub and was insistent on FaceTiming me about it. So like doing something like that, or like we would often laugh at each other if we have found each other on like dating apps or whatever. So that just sounds like something we would do. I didn't realize you were moving, PJ, but I hope that the moving is good. So we'll go with yes. Girl, same. Do you enjoy drinking alcohol? No. Are you intoxicated right now? No. Well, that makes one of us. Do you like the phrase sneaky snake? I mean, I've never really heard of that phrase before. Are these questions a bit strange to you? I mean, not in comparison. Do I have a vivid imagination? No. Do you feel uncomfortable in large social settings? Yes. Would you consider yourself to be antisocial? Yes, I would. Do you hold a grudge for long periods of time? Yes. Have you ever urinated in public? Yes. There is context to that, chat. I don't go around just peeing randomly in public. I feel like I need to put that clarifier out there. I don't go randomly, like, peeing outside. But, like, I have been out in the woods and, you know, and needed to go to the loo. I have also been in traffic jams where I've needed to pee. Yeah, like I have certainly had those moments. Or like, if you come home drunk from a night out and like the bus is really far or the home is really far away from the bus stop and you were just kind of like, I need to go to the loo, but there is nothing around. I once I was so desperate to go to the loo once. I walked into a taxi rank and asked if I could use the loo, because everything else was closed around me. And literally the guy shouted at me from the other end of the taxi rank. I was just like, I don't care what state the toilet's in. It's either that or I wet myself. Like, I don't have a choice here. And he literally screamed at me as soon as, because he was like, yeah, sure. And then he just screamed, but we're all guys in here. And, like, the toilet was disgusting. And, like, at that point, I didn't really care. But, like, I think we all have experiences like that. Of, you know, sometimes you need to go to the loo and where you are, it is not feasible or accessible or whatever to actually, you know, go to the loo, so you have to make do with what you have. I mean, basically, like, sometimes you just do not get a say. Yeah, like, do I like pineapple on pizza? I mean, not particularly. But I'm not against people who do like pineapple on their pizza. I just don't personally have it on mine. I don't care either way of what you put in your pizza. Like somebody told me that they once put tuna on their pizza, and like that for me is far weirder than pineapple. Do I consider myself to be selfish? No. Do you think you've got a big ego? No. Would you consider yourself kinky? I don't know why they always are determined to ask this question. No. Would you consider yourself to be religious? No. I think I said yes. Crap. Do you consider yourself to be temperamental? No, I feel like I'm on a pretty even keel. If you had to kill someone to save your own life, but knew they didn't deserve it, would you do it? I mean, yes. I think your own instinct would just... I have no idea, just like regular old tuna. Like, I don't know. I think if it came down to, like, if someone was trying to kill you, I think you would generally, in most terms, try to save your own life. And that's not necessarily a case of if they deserved it or not. They are probably the ones who are trying to kill you. So, yes. Interesting. Would you sacrifice your own life for a complete stranger? Probably, yeah. Even more interesting. Have you ever been inside of a burning building? No. Have you ever been to a funeral? Yes. If you could attend your own funeral before you die, would you take the opportunity to do so? Yeah, I'd be curious. If you could see into the future, but were told that you could only reveal the absolute worst of what's to come, would you still look? No. No. Because I would be horrified if I found out that after especially the last 7 or 8 years that it could possibly get any worse. So, no. If you had the power to stop, we're back to robbing banks again. Yes, we all know I'd do it. If you had the power to remove one person from Earth, never to return again, would you use it? I mean, do I have to use it immediately? Could I go back to the past? That's really open-ended. I'm gonna say yeah, assuming that I can keep it in my back pocket. If I told you that I understand you better than you understand yourself, would you believe me? No. If someone threatened to kill you, would your first response be to react in violence? No. If a stranger stole money from you to support their drug addiction, would you forgive them if they apologized to you? Yeah, Death Note, but for one person. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I've been in that situation before. I mean, it really depends on if they do it again. Death post-it note. I love it. It really depends on if they do it again. If you're using it as an excuse, then no. If you're doing it to be like, hey, look, I stole this from you, I was in a really bad place, here's the money back, I'm really sorry, I've gotten myself some help. If that is the circumstance, then yes. If it's not the circumstance, then no. Because people can be disingenuous as fuck. And we're not talking about any sort of forgiveness, it's just that you caught them. If it was a if it was a random person. I was treating it as someone I know. Then yeah. If a family member said something nasty about you behind their backs, would you confront them about it directly? I've also been in this situation before. Yep. And I've done it too. If you had to eat a raw squirrel brains for 3 days to stay alive, would you do it? No. I think I'd definitely find a way to cook it. If you woke up tomorrow and none of your family members remembers who you were, would you choose to leave and start a new life? Absolutely. If a homeless man is clearly sick, freezing, and utterly miserable in the rain, would you be willing to give them your clothes and walk home naked? Yes. because I am that person who has done that, who has given scarves and gloves and such to people. If someone accidentally hit you with their car but suffered no injuries whatsoever, would you still be upset with them? No, I've been in that situation too. Have you looked for any hidden messages or meanings in these questions? No. Maybe you should have been. Are you wondering if there's a deeper meaning to all of this other than simply answering question after question? Not really. Miracles happen every day. Do you agree? Yes. Umbrellas aren't worth lugging around if you don't mind getting rained on. Do you agree? I mean, yes. If you like being in the rain, then you wouldn't have a rainbow to begin with. Surely. So, yes. Red is prettier than pink. Do you agree? Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of indifferent. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag? Drifting through the wind, wanting to start again. Yes. Eating in front of people can be awkward. Do you agree? No. Rings used as ceremonial wedding gifts are so outdated. Do you agree? No. Do you realize that the first letter of the last 6 questions, when combined, spells out the word murder? No. Do you know why that is? Because you designed it that way? Does that make you feel slightly uncomfortable? No. Are you going to start paying closer attention? No. Do you realize it's too late to turn back now? I mean, it's not, because I could just X out. Oh, I saw that. I saw that flash of I'm here. Haha. Do you hear someone in your room? Technically Misty snoring. Do you see the shadows closing in? All of my lights are on. That would be pretty weird. Do you feel like you're being watched? I don't know. I am streaming right now, so yes, I do feel like I'm being watched. Did you look around your room a moment ago? No. Do you like long walks on the beach? Yes. Do you enjoy giving gifts to people? Yes. Have you ever felt like giving up on life? Yes. Do you love your family more than you love yourself? No. Do you have a best friend who is clearly better than the rest of your friends? No. Do you think there's some kind of conspiracy behind the coronavirus? Jesus Christ, no. No, there's not. Do you believe that you're human? I mean, as far as I know, I'm human. If you could turn yourself invisible, but you could never be visible ever again once you decided to use that power for the first time, would you use it? No. If you knew someone was about to rob a convenience store, but you knew that they were going to do it to feed their family, would you stop them? No. If you were stranded on a remote island with a stranger, and you were both starving to death, but you found a secret stash of food that they didn't know about, would you share it with them? Yes. If you could turn into an eagle for a year, but you wouldn't be able to turn back until 1 year has passed, would you do it? Yes. If you had the opportunity to earn riches beyond your wildest dreams by fighting a grizzly bear to the death using nothing but a machete and an army helmet, would you do it? Yes. Oh man, that's like, I used to say when I was younger, I want to go out, like if I had a choice. Oh my god, Jessie! Thank you so much for the 8 months of a sub. You're so kind. Have a good day and thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate you. Like, I used to say when I was younger, I want to go, like, if I was ever to go out in, like, some sort of amazing, like, way that would, like, get you on the news. Like, I'd want to go into hell, like, in a Lamborghini that's on fire going backwards. Like, that's exactly how I'd want to gay crash into the next life. So, like, the opportunity, like, would, like, honestly, would any of you guys be surprised if I turned around to you and went, yeah, you know, Spec went out fighting a grizzly bear with a machete and an army helmet? Like, none of you would really be surprised about that. Like, most of you would just go, yeah, that sounds about right. And, like, that's the impression I want to leave on this planet. If somebody reads that and goes, yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds like something they do. Yeah, sounds about right. I mean, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna say yes to that, because that is a yes for me. If you had to pick one basic food item to eat exclusively for an entire year, would you choose potatoes? Absolutely not. I hate potatoes. If pizza screamed in agony every time you bit into a piece, would you continue to eat the pizza? No. I would not want anything I eat to be screaming at me while I consumed it. Like, that's horrendous. I don't care if it was pizza. That's horrendous. If your best friend got bit in the genitals by a highly venomous snake and the only way to suck it out was of their venom, would you do it to save them? Yes. Was that question difficult to answer? No. It is a body part at the end of the day. Like, yeah, you'd feel a little weird about it, but it's either that or save your best friend's life. Like, easy clap. Do you feel mortal? Yes. Painfully mortal sometimes. Do I enjoy live music? Yes. Do you feel awkward when you dance in front of others? Not really. Do you suffer from any sort of anxiety disorder? Yes. Do you ever feel depressed? Yes. You're not alone. Thank you, Fate. Do you feel relaxed? Yeah, sure. Do you think you have a guardian angel watching over you? Small rip. I don't know how long I was gone for. Hi, chat. Let me know if I'm back. I don't know who is looking for me. There was somebody who was looking for me, and I don't know who. That's awkward. Am I back, chat? Let me know. Awesome. Where did I leave off? What part did I stop at? because we are at do you feel uncomfortable using public restrooms? And I was saying that it does depend how manky they are. But in general, no. Is winter your favourite season? No, it is not. Do I know anyone named Josh? No. Are you wondering why that question is relevant? No, not really. Am I allergic to animals? Not that I'm aware of. Have you ever thought about an animal in a sexual way? No. Have you ever been in love? Yes. Do you consider yourself to be artistic? No. Would you consider yourself to be dominant in your day-to-day life? No. Do you feel like you've got too much time on your hands? No. Can you be easily intimidated by others? No. Are you easily excitable? No. Do you enjoy solving complex problems? Yes. Do you have a difficult time relaxing? Yes. Do you consider yourself to be high maintenance? No. Do you trust easily? No. Would you consider yourself to be an honest person? Yes. Have you ever told a lie? Yes. Have you ever lied to your best friend? No. Have you ever lied to your family? Yes. Have you lied about any answers during this session? No. Are you wondering why all of these questions have to do with lying? No. I just think that we're on the lying segment of this. Are you a people pleaser? No. Do you enjoy being the center of attention? No. Do you feel like you've got a good sense of humor? Yeah, I think I've got a pretty good sense of humor. Do you frighten easily? No. I'd say I'm jumpy, but I don't think I frighten easily. Well, that's odd. I wonder what that was about. That's probably a pretty good place for us to stop the simple segment of our question and move on to more gritty questions. The next set of questions will not be yes or no answers. The next portion of our sessions will be filled with various scenarios that will put you smack dab in the middle of vital choice making. You'll see how well you handle your options as you deep dive into each scenario. Ooh, interesting. See you later, Suki. Remember, the key to all of this is to answer honestly. Let's get started. You're home alone in the dark and it's storming outside. All of a sudden, there's a knock on your bedroom door. Someone's in your house. What do you do? Grab the closest item that can be used as a weapon. Enjoy the knocking. Ignore the knocking and hope it goes away. Asks who is it and wait. Boldly open the door to reveal what's on the other side. I would be looking for a weapon, honestly. You meet a homeless woman on the street. She asks you for money. You find it within yourself to give her all the spare change you have. Just as you do, a homeless man approaches asking if you can spare some change. What do you do? I have no change left to offer. Really now. Both your mother and father fall incredibly ill to a life-threatening disease, and there's only enough medicine that facilitates to spare one of your parents, and time is of the essence. What do you do? Yeah, there was an NPC in Undertale that did that. I don't carry physical money either, but it's just on the hypothetical. Give the medical treatment to my father so he'd live. That doesn't surprise me. If you find a case of money tucked away inside of a dumpster, and inside there are 10 solid gold bars and a vial of mysterious liquid, under the vial there's a note that says cure for cancer, what do you do? I'd keep the gold bars and give away the cure for cancer. What a wasted opportunity. I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't judge. You're stuck alone. Oh, well, like, who wouldn't take the money? Right? Who wouldn't take the money? I would be taking the gold bars and then being like, cool, it says, look, there's a note that says this is the cure for cancer. I would be throwing this to St. Jude's. I would be throwing this to whatever science department needed it. I would be like, here you go. However, I do happen to, if this needs funding, I just so happen to be able to fund it. But I'm not going to tell you where I got the money from. I'm just saying, a gold bar should be able to cover it. Just saying. You're stuck alone inside of your house and you're starving to death. You've completely run out of food. No one is coming to save you for weeks. The only potential source of food around is your family pets. We're all starving together. Your neighbor's house is on fire. Blazing inferno along. Smoke emits from the windows. You hear screams of help coming from within, but you can't see past the flames. No one else is around. What do you do? Call the fire department and keep my distance. Start shouting for help and searching for somebody nearby. Run into the burning home to save anyone you can. I would probably call the fire department and then go into the house. That's the logical thing to do. Because then at least you can, like, I have a fire blanket in my house. I could put a respirator on. You know, I could go into the house with a hose. Like, we have options here. But you call the people who can, like, put the fire out first. Before you go running into the burning house. I like that. You're fast asleep in your bed when you awaken to a sound like a woman's muffled cries coming from somewhere in your room. You quickly realise it's from under your bed. What do you do? Immediately look under the bed, hide under your covers and wait patiently. Verbally call out and ask who's in your room. Jump out of bed and run out of your room immediately. Honestly, I would piss myself. That would be the first thing that I do. I would piss myself if I heard, like, muffling from under my bed. That would be the first thing that I do. I would be weeing on their head. That would be the first thing. Yeah, like, that would be the first thing that I would be doing. I would be weeing on them. And if that didn't gross them out, then I know that they're probably human or not human. Like, if you don't hear from under your bed, did you just piss yourself? After you have pissed yourself from fear of somebody being under your bed, then you know that person's human. And if I know it's human, I know I can take them. So then I can fight them. After that, like, not so much. If they do nothing while you piss yourself, then that's probably something to be a bit more afraid of, honestly. So we're gonna go and we're gonna run away. A man in a fancy suit approaches you while you're walking down the street. He pulls a watch from his pocket and hands it to you. He claims that when the watch stops ticking, it marks the moment of time your life runs out on this earth. What do you do? Take the watch and thank him for the gift, decline the offer, throw the watch and keep walking, tell him he needs professional help and to keep his distance. Tell him you already have got 3 of them as a toy in your Happy Meal. Absolutely. Would you now? Yeah, I would. That's hilarious. If that's an option, if that's something that I think of in the moment, I would absolutely do it. And you're sitting at home playing a game on your PC when all of a sudden someone grips and squeezes your shoulders firmly from behind. What do you do? Oh, I would love to be ballsy enough to be like, I could do with a massage. That'd be great. But honestly, I would be elbowing, like properly elbowing people. You're sitting in the bathtub trying to relax when a hand emerges from the water. What do you do? Push it underwater. Give it a firm handshake and then a solid fist bump. I love it. I mean, in reality, I would probably be running away from it screaming. But honestly, firm handshake and a solid fist bump, like how would it exactly respond to that? That's what I want to know. You get out of bed and immediately fall down a deep dark hole. A man is sitting there above you, looking down, telling you to put lotion on your skin while he watches. That time I got some very sensitive skin allergies. You're sitting at home alone, and all of a sudden the door slams shut. You've seen it before your very eyes, and you know that no one is at home, and it couldn't have been a gust of wind. What do you do? Run up and try to climb out the window. I would be going over to the door to try and open it to make sure I wasn't stuck in the room. Someone you've known for years but have no attraction to tells you that they have a massive crush on you for a long time. What do you do? Tell them you're flattered but just not interested. Ah, so you're one of those types. Don't judge me, fate. Your dog starts randomly barking into the darkest corner of your living room. Honestly, that just sounds like Misty. There doesn't appear to be anything, but your doctor insists that there is on escalating growls. No, that's honestly just Misty. So I normally just walk up to the corner and just be like, there is nothing here. You are fine. You see a massive spider in the room the size of your hands. I would be like, yeah, well, we're moving out now. Your closest family member tells you that they are a serial killer. What do you do? Tell them you don't want to know any more details, turn them into the authorities, ask them for information so you can help them stay out of trouble. Try to convince them that they need help. Yeah. Yeah. I think if any of you told me that y'all were serial killers, I would be like, y'all need to get some help. If you found out that you only had one day to live, what would you do? Tell everyone I loved them, to be happy, not sad, do something insane, crazy, anything goes. Not tell anyone, just act like as if nothing happens. Spend my time on my own away from others. I tell everybody that I love them and stuff. I know that kind of goes against, you know, if I had a choice, would I tell anybody? But if I had the opportunity to literally go around to everybody, because that's what I'm thinking when I hear of this, is that I have the opportunity to go to everybody that I loved. Which means, like, spontaneously turning up at every one of everybody's houses, like, in this chat, and being like, you know what? And, like, having the opportunity to, like, one-to-one tell you all how I feel about you. and being like, I got a dip, but I got this opportunity to like teleport for one day to everybody I love and to tell them, I would do that. The other question didn't really give me that possibility though, so I'm taking the opportunity in this one. If one of your pets started speaking to you and told you that they've got a dire warning that they were going to die if you didn't let them eat all the ice cream in the freezer, what would you do? Oh, Remy. No, because that legitimately sounds like something that Misty would try. They're not getting all the ice cream. No, that legitimately sounds like something that Misty would do. Legitimately do. If she found the way to speak. And I have been in this situation with her before. We currently have another 15 kilo thing of dog food downstairs. Right? And to say that, like, for the last 2 days she has been attempting the Christmas of 2020 again would be an understatement. And she is unhappy that the door to where her food is now permanently closed. But we're not doing that again. So, no, she would absolutely, 100%, without even a shadow of a doubt, she would try to do that if she could talk. And then I'd have to explain to everybody that, yeah, I let her eat all the ice cream in the house because she told me she was going to die if she didn't. But that really just sounds like me just falling for the same ploy again. And you know what? We're not having that. If all of a sudden you could start hearing other people's thoughts in person next to you was thinking, and the person next to you was thinking about mugging you and stealing your money, what would you do? I would literally tell them that I don't think mugging me is a good idea, because, like, nobody would mug you then. But she's been studying on Duolingo for so long. Your best friend comes to you and tells you that they just accidentally killed someone and they don't want to go to prison. I mean, I would be helping people hide the body. You're driving your car and you accidentally run someone over. You're pretty sure that they're okay, but the fact is their head is clearly detached from their body. That suggests that was probably wishful thinking. I mean, I would just turn myself in. I'm glad you're watching me. I mean, it would be weird if I was streaming to nobody. I gotta say that. I think it's time we moved on to the next portion of our test. The following questions shall be asked, or would you rather? Okay. Imagine you've got a gun to your head, and you absolutely must answer. Okay. No matter how uncomfortable it may be. Let's start simple. Would you rather be loved by all or feared by all? Loved by all. Would you rather never get angry or never get jealous? Never get jealous. Would you rather be held in high regard by your family or your friends? My friends. Would you rather live in space or live under the sea? Under the sea. Would you rather donate your body to science or donate your organs to people who need them? People who need them. Would you rather go to jail for 5 years for something you didn't do, or get away with something horrible you did, but always live in fear of getting caught? Jail. Easy. Would you rather work at a horrible job that you hate, but retire comfortably in 10 years from now? Or would you rather have your dream job, but have to work until the day you die? I mean, dream job forever because you're less likely to be miserable. Would you rather every shirt you'll ever own to be somewhat itchy, or only be able to use one ply toilet tissue? One ply, because you can at least fold that shit. Literally, you can fold it. I don't think I would be able to cope with an itchy shirt. Like, you can't do anything about an itchy shirt. You can fold up one ply. Would you rather have skin that changes colour depending on your moves, or have tattoos appear on your body that depict what you did yesterday? Yeah, colour changing skin. Chameleon, baby. Would you rather shit every time, or every time you see a dog? Yeah. If your partner switched bodies with you, with one of your parents, and the only way to switch back yeah. Just answer the question. I don't like any of those. This has no bearing on your results. I'm just curious. I think we've answered enough of those type of questions. I think you'd agree. Yes. We're going to end this test with a short series of final questions. We'll get started. Out of all the following options, which number do you like the most? Out of the following, which colour resonates with you at this exact moment? Out of all the following options, which creature are you least comfortable around? Probably scorpions. Out of all the following options, which flavour is your favourite? Out of all the options, which do you personally value most? Okay. My friends. Out of the following options, which could you most live without? Family. Out of the following options, which statement is most accurate? I am brave, I am caring, I am smart, I am attractive. Say I'm brave. Out of the following options, which are you most afraid of? Living forever, losing my loved ones, dying alone, dying immediately after this test is finished. Oh, Remy, you were so sweet. Probably living forever. I don't like the idea of living forever. We're almost finished, but I've just got one final question for you. Have you ever punched a nun? No. Really ought to try it sometime. It can really take the edge off. I like the concept of thank you, Shiny, for the pet and the stretch and the hydrate and the posture check. I appreciate it. I'm trying my absolute hardest not to judge you right now, trying to keep this as professional as possible. Aha, here we go. Based on what you've told me, I've come to the conclusion. This is what I personally believe would be in your best interest to acknowledge, set in motion, and accomplish in order to climb the ladder of happiness in your life. First and foremost, I'd like to start with a blanket statement that everyone truly needs to hear. Something that is taken for granted far more than anything else in life. Something with such an incredible, unique, irreplaceable value compared to any other thing in life. And that, my friends, is the value of time. Time is our most valuable form of currency that you will ever hold in life. You can spend time on anyone, doing anything for any reason. Now, time can be spent, time can be wasted, and time can be taken away. But time can never be refunded. You can never get time back. And more time can never be gained. Imagine a bank account with all the money you've ever get to spend in life. Now, imagine not knowing how much is in your account. Imagine going to a store one day to purchase something you really need, And the cashier tells you, sorry, but you can't afford that. As a matter of fact, you can never afford anything ever again. We only have so much time, and we have no idea just how much or how little we truly have before our bank account runs dry. And the fact that we get to decide and choose what we spend our time on just shows how truly special it is when someone spends their time on you. So now that we understand the incredible value of time, I'd like to make a suggestion for you personally on how I think you'd be best spending your time in order to achieve what you need at this current stage in your life. Let me see here. Alright, listen. You really need to spend more time focusing on doing things for yourself. You've got to start taking into account that you can't pour from an empty cup. And if people keep wanting your energy, you need to take time to yourself to replenish it. You've got such a big heart and such a bright soul, and because of this, people would benefit greatly from getting to know you or having more of you. But you need to take twice as much time making yourself happy as you do attempting to make other people happy. Otherwise, you're gonna let people make you miserable. It's not your responsibility to save the world, but it doesn't mean that you can't save one person at a time. But you need to start by saving yourself. Because you're no good to anyone else, completely drained of all the things that make you, you. My advice to you is that you spend a lot more of your time focusing on things that make you feel relaxed, make you feel happy, and less time saying yes to people that demand too much of your energy. It's okay to be selfish, because at the end of the day, if you aren't going to take care of you, then who is? I think you'll be very surprised just how much of a positive impact this can have on your life going forwards. I hope this information helps you achieve your goals. Your secret word is self-care. Remember this word. It'll come in handy. Okay, and as usual, one more thing. And we'll go into we'll be going into the final test. Okay, interesting. So my special words have been justice and self-care. Interesting. Okay. Let me get the final game up. I think these are all really interesting. Okay. I do need to zoom out for a hot second here. We'll bump that down. Aha. Okay. Let's see if we can push this down a little bit. Okay. Let's go for the final. And it got rid of that horrid font. Thank God. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. We have played the two. We have played. Yes, yes, yes. I hope food's not poisoned. When the sun comes crashing down and the heroes fade away, when darkness is all around and there's no light of day, I will come back for you, so that you never feel alone. My spirit will push through you. Your heart will forever be my home. And when the world spirals into abyss, I will be standing there. Your embrace, so long I've missed, my soul, my love, I bear. And when every nerve has been left deadened, and every ghost has left its shell, I will bring you back to your heaven, as you've rescued me from my hell. No matter what happens, I will always love you. Do you promise? With every ounce of my heart and each droplet of my soul, I swear to you, we are going to find a way out of here. The testing room. Destiny. I wasn't expecting you so soon. Though I knew that one day we would meet in this room. You see, closely I've been watching you, studying every breath and every move. A few of my former colleagues you may have met, and a slew of questions you've answered without regret. I may be similar, but unlike them all still. I'll make you swallow the truth like a bitter pill. I will peel the emotion from your very soul and make you eat your feelings whole. The question that I ask may be harder to answer, but I will cut the truth from you like a cancer. Both of us know why you're here. To open up and cast out fear. To be as honest as you can. To take angel's wing or devil's hand. And in the end, we both will know how to escape your undertow. Time is on your side, but mistakes are not. Misanswered questions lead to misery rot. Take time to think before you decide. Dig deep for the answers that live inside. You may not go back, you may not return. Once a decision is made, into your soul 'tis burned. But before we continue, just know this. Your dishonesty would be very remiss. If your answers lack the guidance of truth, then your final destination will be rather uncouth. So with that being said, I need your heart's honesty. You can run from yourself, but you can't run from destiny. Well, I know he said me, but destiny fits more into the rhyming scheme, honestly. Now, let the examination begin. Do you ever feel like you just aren't good enough? Yes. Do you ever feel like you put more effort into friends or relationships than others put back into you? Yes. Do you ever feel like your life is going nowhere? Yes. Do you ever feel like you're trapped in limbo? No. Do you ever feel overwhelmed by seemingly trivial tasks? Yes. Are you sometimes afraid of what your future may hold? Yes. Do you believe that your friends always treat you the way you deserve to be treated? By and large, yeah. Are you afraid of being the last person alive in your social circle? No. Are you afraid of the existence of an afterlife and what that might mean for you? No. Do you feel as though you're wanted in life? Yes. Do you ever feel like you just don't belong? Yes. Do you ever feel like a burden? Yes. Have you ever felt left out? Yes. Have you ever felt like a failure? Yeah. Have you ever felt like you just weren't attractive enough? Yes. Have you ever worked yourself sick? Yes, that I have. Have you ever had racing thoughts at night that make you difficult for you to get to sleep? Yes. Are you afraid to ask for help? Sometimes. Do you feel like people often criticize you? No. Do you ever feel judged by your friends or family? I mean, yeah. Do you ever wonder what your purpose in life is? Yes. Yes, I do. If you could turn back time for any reason, would you? No. Would you say you have many regrets in life? No. Does meeting new people for the first time make you feel uncomfortable? Yes. Does looking out your window at night make you feel uneasy? No. Do you sometimes double check that your doors are locked even though you're certain that you've already locked them? No. Do you ever feel like life is moving too slow? No. That I do not. Do you ever feel like life is moving too fast? Yes. Do you feel uncomfortable when you're home alone? No. Would you consider yourself to be a thoughtful person? Yes. Would you consider yourself to be superficial? No. Do you ever judge others by the way they look or dress? No. Would you consider yourself to be high maintenance? No. Have you ever been bullied by someone you cared about? Yes. Have you ever been a bully to someone you care about? No. Do you try to keep a low profile and avoid attention from others when in a crowded area? Yes, that I do. Do you actively try and avoid busy places? Yes, I do. Would you sometimes rather be alone than surrounded by people you care about? Yes. Does making phone calls make you feel uncomfortable? Yes. I don't know, does anybody actually like making phone calls? I don't think anybody actually likes making phone calls. Are you sometimes afraid to confront people, even when they do something that bothers you? No. Do you feel uncomfortable when committing to definite plans for the future? No. Do you ever feel that no matter how hard you try, you just can't seem to stay motivated? I mean, no. Do you ever feel that you're failing those who care about you the most? I think I used to. Until you begin to realize that those people do not care about those kind of things in the first place. So, we'll go no. Does driving a vehicle give you anxiety? No. Are you afraid of exploring new places by yourself? No. Have you ever carried around an object that makes you feel more comfortable? Yes. Because I'm pretty sure we all had a cuddly toy at one stage in life. You know? If I told you that I could guess your name correctly, would you believe me? I mean, I would be really impressed if you could. If I were to take a guess, I mean, if you grab it from my stream profile, then you're just cheating. Nope. Let me be real. There's literally no way I'd be able to guess your name just by your answers. That would be ridiculous. Besides, all you humans look the same to me anyway. Does being around animals bring you some sense of peace? Yeah, I'd say so. Enjoy your noms. Do you sometimes believe your loved ones are lying to you when they say they care? Yeah. Do you ever feel like you push away your loved ones? Yes. I'm going to have to stop you here. The truth that pours out is incredibly clear. I hope you're being honest for your own health. You can try to lie, but you're cheating yourself. I'd like to move on to the next phase of the test. A series of pictures to give your brain a rest. You're going to tell me what emotional response they bring out, which will show me what your mind is pondering about. So feast your eyes upon the art and let me into that precious heart. For starters, what emotion do you feel is most present in this picture? I mean, chaos. Looks chaosy to me. We'll go with chaos. What word do you feel describes this picture best? I mean, chaotic again. What do you think this picture is called? I mean, it would be pretty cool if it was called Celestial Stairs. Very interesting. Moving on. What do you feel is the... I want to say numbness. Because it looks sticky. Corruption wave sounds pretty cool. I mean, there's something relaxing about it, but there's also something chaotic about it. Mirrored, yeah. I mean, I see you is pretty cool. I mean, there is something joyous about it. I want to say gateway. Portal, yeah. Yeah, it feels angry to me. It does feel like darkness forming. Once again, I'd say relaxation. Definitely something prismatic about it. Definitely Forest of Depthy. We'll go once again, go chaos. And it does feel colliding. I like we meet again. I don't think there is much you can I don't think there is much right or wrong to this. mean, I'm not sure if it's so much numbness or chaos as it's just uncomfortable. I mean, I certainly don't look... It certainly doesn't feel hopeful, you know? I like eyebrow Q. That's interesting. I mean, probably viscous. Definitely sludgy. It feels sludgy. That doesn't, like, that looks, like, look at that face. Like, definitely more swordsy. Like, it does look like a snake. Or like... Maybe it's just because I've been reviewing so much footage of the Pokemon playthroughs, but it does look like Eternita. When he, like, yeets at you at the end. You know? It does look a bit Eternatus-y. I don't really feel anything. I think you said the last one a while ago. Probably something between joy and chaos. I like static field. I think that about wraps it up. Your answers have been documented well. Deep into your subconscious they dwell. But I'm not finished with you just yet. There are still some truths that have yet to be met. As a matter of fact, this is only the start of a great deal of fun before we part. So let me challenge you on another level still. I will pick your brain until I get my fill. This next set of questions will test your conscience more. And again, your honesty I do implore. Let us begin. 1 year. You're running a little low on funds and purchase presents around the holidays, so you decide to spend $1 on everyone in your family a lottery ticket. You give each of them their own lottery tickets and wish them the best of luck. The drawing is held and one of your family members hits the jackpot, but it's someone who you don't really get along with and just bought a present for out of moral obligation. They plan to keep the money all for themselves, as it feels like it's their ticket. How does that make you feel? I mean, honestly, I would be really fucking indifferent, because I'd be like, that just sounds like something they would do, so. And what would you wish to do in this situation? try to steal the ticket, destroy the ticket, get them killed. So I inherit the money, I just let them be on their way with their money, like, whatever. If the roles were reversed and you were given a winning lottery ticket, would you share your money with your least favourite family member who bought you the ticket in the first place? Yeah. I would be sharing it. Now you're walking through a forest and you come across a black suitcase. Inside there rests $100 million. Alongside the money, there lies a blood-stained note with only one word written on it. The note says simply don't. How does this make you feel? I mean, it's none of my business. I would be grabbing the suitcase and going back to my car. If the note wasn't covered in blood, would it change your decision at all? No. Interesting. The devil appears in your room at night while you're alone and just about to fall asleep. He tells you that he has a special one-time offer for you. In exchange for your soul and eternal damnation, he will let you choose from one of the 3 glorious bargains. He has not told you what those bargains are yet. But how does that make you feel? I mean, I would be curious. The devil goes on to reassure you that whether or not you believe him to be truly the devil, he surely is, and to prove his point, he demonstrates magnificent magical prowess that drags you to hell for a split second before transporting you back to your bedroom. In that second, you could feel a lifetime of pain and suffering in the most unimaginable ways possible. He then goes on to tell you that his offers in exchange for your soul to see if you can strike a deal with a bargain. Which of these would you choose in exchange for your soul, if any? All the wealth and power in the world, you'll never age, but can still die from physical injury. You can bring back one person from the dead. None of those sound like a reason to sell your soul to the devil, honestly. If the devil offered you some other kind, a deal of some other kind, would you accept it in exchange for eternal damnation? Probably not, no. I see. Civilization is about to come to an end as a plague sweeps the globe, turning everyone who perishes into mindless zombies who hunger for living flesh. As you watch everyone you know becoming gravely ill in turns, except for 5 of your closest friends and family, how does that make you feel? Sad. I don't want the world to end. I've always fantasized about a zombie apocalypse. Scared. Indifferent. Yeah. If you knew that a zombie apocalypse was coming in 10 years and you could prevent it from happening, would you? Probably yes. Interesting. You've been working at a company for 10 years and you've been promised a very important and incredibly lucrative position. However, someone hired only a number of weeks ago has just been promoted to that position you were promised. Your boss essentially tells you tough luck and that maybe one day you'll get the position, and that he had to promote the other employee as a favour to a friend. How does this make you feel? Betrayed. You've also learned a few secrets about the company that could be disastrous if they were to escape, such as the fact that they weren't properly reporting their income for the last decade. What do you wish to do in that situation? I would just get another job. If the roles were reversed and you were hired and promoted as a favour for someone more, would I accept it? No. I see. Very interesting. You're home alone at night, cooking food in your kitchen, and you turn around to realise that someone was watching you through your window in the darkness. They have their face and hands pressed up against the window, and they make direct eye contact with you before turning and running out of sight around the other side of the house. How does that make you feel? I would be kind of anxious. And what do you think you'd do in this situation? Lock the doors and call the police, grab the nearest weapon and protect myself? Run out of the house and go to the neighbours. I would be grabbing whatever is handy. If the face you saw in the window was the face of a supernatural entity and not a human being, would that change your answers at all? No. Anybody who decides to be creepy like that gets a yeeting. like, don't be rude. Like, that's just rude. Pressing your hands up, especially if you just clean the windows. Like, that's just a rude thing to do. And don't come into somebody else's house being rude. That's all I'm saying. Like, have some decency. I'm going to present you with some potential scenarios, but I'm going to ask for more simplistic answers as a result. Here we go. You're not feeling too well, and you decide to go to the doctor. The doctor runs a series of tests, and gets back to you that some grave news. It turns out you've contracted an incredibly rare illness that there's currently no cure for. Okay? The illness causes complete body paralysis within 6 months of contraction, meaning that in less than a year from now, you will be rendered into an you'll be able to unmove, blink, talk, or form any expression whatsoever. You'll need to be kept alive on a feeding tube, and you would never be able to communicate with anyone else ever again. Just be kept alive on a machine in a vegetative state. Would you want to be kept alive? Pull the plug. Oh, shit. Did I say pull the plug? I wanted to pull the plug. How would you like to spend the last 6 months of your lives? I mean, I want to spend it with my friends and family. There are diseases out there that can put you in that sort of unfortunate situation. Does knowing this motivate you to do things you've never done before and pursue more from life, or do you feel relatively unaffected by the knowledge that this could potentially happen to you at any point in time? I mean, it doesn't really change anything for me. I'm chronically ill. I'm very aware of these certain situations, and you just gotta take life one day at a time. You have a pet dog whom you've raised since his birth. 3 years have passed, and it's the best dog you've ever had. You love it like your own child. One day, he runs away in the middle of the night, chasing a wild animal in the darkness. You search everywhere for your dog, but no matter what you do, you can't seem to make any progress. About a month passes, and you haven't seen a trace of your four-legged friend until one morning, you awaken to the sound of familiar barking. You rush outside to find that your elderly neighbour in his late 60s is out in the front lawn, joyously playing with your dog. He's named the beast Johnny, and him and your dog seem to be having the time of their lives. You rush over to hug your dog, and he excitedly licks your face. Your neighbour says Johnny's a good boy, isn't he? I lost him when I was just a boy about your age, but he's come back. Johnny's come back and we're together again. Ugh. Come out to find your elderly neighbour suffer from dementia, recently brought on by the stress and heartache of losing his wife just a couple of months prior to finding your dog. This dementia caused him to believe that your dog, Donnie, is his old dog from his childhood coming back into his life to make him happy and keep him comfortable. The dog seems to be in great shape, very happy, well looked after, and you know that telling the old man that the dog isn't his would break his heart and crush him. Would you break the news that it isn't his dog and take Johnny home with you, or would you let him keep the dog, choose to visit him daily to play and go for a walk? That's a hard one. Because there's no, like, from all of the dealings that I've had with dementia, that's not going to last. You know, and it only takes a couple of instances of forgetting the dog exists to put both parties in a really rough situation, especially if the dog isn't trained to care for someone. Plus, it's also not likely that if you are in long-term dementia like that, that they're going to remember the next day regardless about the dog. So, I'm afraid I would be taking the dog with me and bringing him over regularly to the old man. You see, what people really forget... Come here. You are a tremendous example of this, Mist. What people often forget about dogs, right, is dogs are animals, they are not people. Right? And you can't treat animals like people. And it's your responsibility as a pet owner to be able to do what's best for the creature that you have put into the world. At the end of the day, the dog will be more than happy regardless of which situation it's in, right? But it only takes one accident, one neglectful instance, one anything for a dog to bite, for a dog to get out of control, for a dog to misbehave or do something it's not meant to do that could put you or someone else in danger, right? And that's not out of sentimentality. That is the realization and the practicality of having a dog, right? At the end of the day, the dog is not going to feed itself, but it will do whatever it needs to get food. I mean, just look at Misty, right? If she lived, like, it's a regular test I do with her where I will put my hand in the middle of her food to see how she reacts, right? To make sure that she's not being overdriven by food as a concept, that she is still safe to handle. So that if I did have anybody in the house, right? If I had, let's say if I had babies in the house for whatever reason, right? And I was doing whatever and they put their hands into the dog food, which, let's face it, like, that happens when you're a family. Like, that is what happens. The baby doesn't know any different, the dog doesn't know any different, but you have to have control over what the dog does, because you can't rationalize with the dog needs to be taught. So I regularly do that test with Misty to make sure that she is still predominantly listening to me, that there is still a pack order, that there is still she is the one who comes to me as a source of comfort, and we still have that pack order. My fear here would be that if I didn't take the dog home with me, that something would happen. Like, yes, they're playing and everything looks fine, but most likely, A, he's not going to understand that the dog's not his in the first place, because that's how dementia works. And that is always very distressing, right? That's never going to be a good thing to do, but in terms of long-term, most sustainable thing to do, it is still the correct decision to take the dog home. And then you reintroduce them both in a way that is the safest thing to do. Because at the end of the day, dogs are going to be dogs, right? And yes, I do treat Misty as she's family, but it's because I love her that I need to ensure that there is a pack order. I need to know that she is safe. She needs to know that she is safe with me. Right? So yeah, and I think people get, like, really emotional. Like, people do get emotional about dogs, and I get emotional about dogs. I mean, I literally just told a story about how I got into a dog fight to protect her, right? But they are animals, they are not human. And you need those boundaries to protect everyone. So I would be taking the dog home with me. but not for the reasons that this whole scenario is implying. I would be taking the dog home with me in order to make sure that both the dog and the old man can be safe and reintegrated in a way that is safe and healthy for all parties. Does this story make you sad at all? Yes. Can you imagine yourself being in the old man's position, so alone in life, and finding one thing that makes you feel less alone, potentially having to face it being ripped away from you? That wouldn't apply in this situation. That's not how dementia works. Unfortunately, it would be a lot easier to rationalize with somebody who had dementia, or somebody who did not have dementia, that the dog was not there. Funnily enough, this actually happened to, this was a situation that I was in and that my parents were in, with my first dog, Sonny. The kennels that we went to were super neglectful and let him escape once. We found him about 2 weeks later. We were on holiday at the time, and my dad and my mum were doing their best to try and track down the dog, and not let on that the kennels had lost him. And where they found him was with said 80-year-old man who was going to say nothing to anybody about the fact that they had Sonny, because he was so well behaved. He was so he was just a straight up companion, and you know, there was that conversation that my dad had to have with this old man, being like, you know, he belongs to an 8-year-old girl who would be, you know, an 8 or 9-year-old girl who would be, you know, deliriously upset to know that she lost him. Will you give him back? And the old man was equally just like, you know, he's been the one kind of constant companion that I've had, but, you know, she's been on the planet a lot less time than I have, and maybe I should just get a dog. And that was the conclusion that they came to, and thus Sonny was returned. But Dad did give him the option of being like, you can choose to not give him back, and we'll just have to tell her something. But I would like you to give the dog back. And that's a real hard situation to be in, but I do think that I would do the same if I found out that the dog that I had found, or that had just strolled into my house one day, belonged to like a kid. I would be like, yeah, you gotta give it back. Like, you gotta give it back. So I can. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it easy. Let's say you were viciously murdered by a serial killer, and you fell for one of their traps as they lured you in to make their next victim. Now let's also say you're given a unique opportunity in the afterlife as you return as a spirit to roam the earth. However, you're bound to 2 potential options, and only 2. You can either choose to haunt your assailant and make his life miserable. You know, do a full William Afton. You know, absolutely just be Golden Freddy. Or you can choose to guide your friends. So you can either go full Golden Freddy, or you can go spend your life with your friends. I think I would be haunting my killer, honestly. Do you think you have what it takes to drive your killer insane and push him over the edge? Yeah. Do you believe that this scenario is possible? I'm sure it is. yeah, like, we're still... If this situation happened to a friend or family member and they were viciously killed, what situation would you rather choose? I mean, torment them forever. Absolutely. I would not... If somebody turned around to me and went, by the way, you know, Honey went and then proceeded to haunt X and Y for the rest of their days as, like, walking torment, I'd be like, yeah, sure. Sure. That's a vibe. Like, yeah, sure. One night you go to sleep and get a good rest that feels like the best sleep you've ever had. You wake up in an unfamiliar room, in an unfamiliar bed. You look in the mirror and you hardly recognise yourself. You look as though you've aged 20 years. There's a sticky note by the TV that says, go press play. You hit play. Family and friends are alive, but you're all 20 years older. They explain to you that every single day for the last 20 years, you've repeated the same day over and over again. Due to a severe head injury, your memory doesn't last more than 24 hours, so each day when you fall asleep, all recollection of what took place in the next 24 hours has been wiped. Your loved ones have made you a video to let you know your loved ones have made a video for you to let you have a say in your potential future. You have the option of either watching the video every single day, so you know what's going on, and can continue to progress your life, even though you won't have any recollection of it, or you continue living as you have been, repeating the same day over and over again in ignorant bliss. Which would you choose? I'd rather watch the... Yeah, it's basically 51st Dates, so... Would you be upset if your family kept the truth from you? Yes. If your best friend was in this situation, would you make a video? I would make a video telling them the truth. You've come to find that through frantic digging in the attic and reading of old files and newspapers that your parents are famed psychologists. You also come to find the fact that they aren't really your parents. I mean, the two psychologists took the child into treatment and performed studies against the child's knowledge, raising the child to be a fully functional adult while playing the role of child's real parents to further gather data and potentially help that child avoid a terrible life in the process. You are that child. Would you resent your parents? That's a tough one. Why am I finding so many real life parallels? It's kind of disturbing, honestly. So I didn't find out that I had a biological sister until I was 18. I'm adopted. So, and I have been through some of those finding out you are a part of studies even though you had no consent to it as a child. I've had that part too, and only finding out later in life. I get it, but do you resent them? Yes. Would you be grateful that they gave you a second chance at life? No, because you didn't fucking ask for it. Do you feel betrayed? Yes. Would you confront your parents? Yes. If you were in your parents' decision, would you do the same? No. No, I would tell them the truth. Even if it's hard. Because you are fucking with somebody's life. Back here. The end of the world has come and gone, and you are left, and all that left are post-apocalyptic soldiers roaming the lands, combing through towns, so you fall out. Okay? So Fallout / The Walking Dead. Okay. You decide to venture into a neighborhood town, hopes of finding food, yada yada. Hidden underground bunker stockpiled to the brim with enough food to feed an entire colony for a year. Now you have a few choices to make. Would you go back to the colony, tell them about the bunker, or would you stay in the bunker by yourself? I'd probably go back and tell the colony. But there is also a part of me that's like, well, fuck you guys, you know? If you could choose to tell some of the soldiers about the bunker and let them in so you could leave the new colony, but exile the soldiers who exiled you, would you do it? No, that wouldn't make me any better. If you were to lead the new colony, would you build it based on savagery and raiding, or would you build it based on compassion? Compassion. If you were the leader of the new colony that exiled you, except it was you who exiled someone who wasn't pulling their weight, and that person just so happened to find themselves in a situation where they found a jackpot worth of food, would you raid them and steal it for yourself, or would you let them keep what you found? I'd let them keep what they found. Very interesting. Well, that wraps up this portion of the test. But I need more information from you before I allow you to rest. A choice is here, a choice is there. Moral dilemmas abound. And you will answer clearly, crisp and concise. Will you be selfish, or is your conscience of ice? In just mere moments from now, we will both see the differences are between you and me, and who you wish to be. Let us begin. Would you rather abandon the person you love the most, or be abandoned by the person you loved the most? I mean, I couldn't do it. Would you rather have friends in high places that could get you anything you want but didn't necessarily care about you, or friends who couldn't give you anything but you felt a bond with? Bond. Would you rather find 10,000 and keep it, or find 20,000 but have to split it 4 ways with your closest friend and family? I mean, that would make no difference because I would be probably splitting it anyway. So, I mean, I'd keep it. Would you rather cheat on your partner and never get caught, or know that your partner has cheated on you but there's no way of proving on it? The fact that they did it and I'd have no way of proving it would probably itch at my soul more, honestly. But why not leave? I know that those are not the options that we are given, but whatever. Would you rather get rich through illegal means, or be poor but live an honest life? I mean, poor and honest is what I've got going at the minute. Would you rather press a button that would kill your favourite pet, or a button that would kill your favourite family member? It's not really a decision. What would you rather get fired from a high paying job, or have to fire your friends from a high paying job? I would rather get fired myself, honestly. Would you rather sleep with your step sibling or with your best friend's partner? I mean, I'm not interested in... I can't even think of the word. Incest. Not a big fan of incest. Would you rather save your best friend from certain death and let 1,000... it's just a trolley problem. Would you rather get free food for the rest of your life, or rescue a starving child from a third world country? Child, would you rather be rich but without family, or poor but with family? I mean, I'm doing fine by myself, so... Would you rather have to steal food for the rest of your life, or steal an enormous amount of money, but then have to destroy... Well, then what's the point? Steal an enormous amount of money from the wealthy, but have to destroy it immediately after? So, you wouldn't be able to use it. You'd just be stealing it just to burn it. That wouldn't make any sense. Give me food. Would you rather serve 4 life in prison... Would you rather serve 4 years in the military during wartime, or move to a third world country and never be allowed to move home? Would you always rather be travelling 10 miles above the speed limit, or 10 below? Above? Would you rather never have for the rest of your life, or have it in every day of your life in order to stay alive? Yeah. Would you rather be addicted to hardcore drugs for 10 years, but make a full recovery, or addicted to alcohol for the rest of your life? Hardcore drugs, baby. Would you rather live to be 200 years old? 70. Give me 70. I don't like the idea of living forever. Would you sacrifice all of your friends in order to survive, or sacrifice both your parents? Both my parents. Would you rather get acknowledged for the work you didn't do, or work hard for the rest of your life but not receive any praise? I think get work for acknowledgement for work I didn't do. Would you rather punch a nun or get punched by a nun? I would rather punch a nun. Would you rather lose all of the money you've earned this year, or lose all of the memories you've gained this year? Well, we've only started the year. So, yeah. I mean, I only lose 6 days. You know? Would you rather flip a coin for a chance to win 20, or immediately, I want to keep the 10? Would you rather knowing how you die or when you die? Yeah, I'd want to know how rather than when. Would you rather be blind but be able to see crystal clear underwater, or deaf always? Blind except for underwater. Would you rather give up all internet and social media but be able to travel the world for free, or have the best internet in the world for free but never leave your house? I'd give up the internet, honestly. Because, like, literally travel the world for free? Get to, like, see you all for free? Like, I don't think you understand. This gives me an opportunity to bug Rainbow in person and potentially annoy him for the rest of his life. I would absolutely do it. Just to be a perpetual annoyance. Yeah. I would give up the internet for that. I would give up the internet for a privilege to annoy people IRL. Like, literally, Honey just finding me sitting on their couch. Like, but literally, I could go anywhere. So I could literally just find you all by being like, by just knocking on enough doors to being like, hey, does Remy live here? And, like, having the option be great. And plus, I'm pretty sure I have some people's phone numbers, so that would get around. Like, like, there is a loophole to be found in here. Like, some of y'all play Pokemon Go, and I have your, like, your details. Offline, not connecting, I could probably still see whereabouts you were. I still have locations. I can work with that. I do have some people's addresses, though, for sending them stuff and the like. So I can definitely find a few of you. And if I can find one of you, I can find the rest of you, because that person will have access to the internet. The only thing I will say about that, the only caveat to that is that it would require me to have a sense of direction, which I do not have. Well, in that case, I guess Google Maps doesn't really help anyway, considering I can barely follow that to begin with. So, no, never mind then. Having a sense of direction would not help either way. Okay, would you rather walk across a bed of hot coals or walk barefoot through a black snake-infested corridor? Give me hot coals. Would you rather judge someone who sentences people to death or be the executioner? Do I get to choose how they die? Because I would just make sure that everybody goes off painlessly. So, probably the executioner. Would you rather have a witch cast a nasty hex on you so you always have bad luck, or be haunted by a demon? Hexes you can get rid of. Demons coming after your soul? Less so. Would you rather be married to someone who is incredibly beautiful but doesn't find you attractive, or be married to someone who you're not even remotely attracted to, but they find you incredibly attractive? Probably somebody who I'm not attracted to. Would you rather work a high-paying job that you despise, or a low-paying job that you love doing? Low-paying job that you love. I'm not an advocate of making yourself miserable. Would you rather walk 1 mile home wearing nothing but a pair of socks? Easy. Socks. Easy. Because do you know how quickly you can run a mile in? Like, you would just be the streaker who goes home. Like, think about the commute you would not have to face at a mile. Like, easy. Easy clap. Would you rather find $5 in your pocket or have to grab 100? I have no qualms out of taking €100 from a toilet. Would you rather have 100 of your favourite books but never watch a movie again? Movies for books. Would you rather always be 20 minutes late or 2 hours early? You see, usually I'm a 2 hours early kind of person, but as I'm getting older, I'm like, fuck it, 20 minutes doesn't really mean much. Would you rather find a dead body or be witness to an assault? You see, I would get involved if it was the assault, so dead body. Would you rather be able to change your past or see what the future holds? I would rather look into the future. Would you rather have one really great friend? One really great friend. Would you rather lose all your teeth or one day off your life every time you kiss someone? At the rate I'm going, I'm going to live forever. Would you rather win the lottery and lose the ticket before you can collect the money, or see your worst enemy win the lottery? Worst enemy, because I mean that could happen regardless, and you would have no say in it. Imagine the crippling anxiety of losing the ticket. Would you rather find true love or have your dream job? True love. Because you can always find something that you can tolerate work-wise. Finding your person, however, is significantly harder. Would you rather have a pause button or a rewind button? I would take a pause button. Would you rather drown to death in gasoline or being boiled to death in water? Drown in gasoline. Easy. Would you rather make a new friend every day or get 100 a day for doing nothing but never having friends again? Do I get to keep the friends I've already got? In which case, I'll take the 100. So that's implying like I would be completely friendless. Yeah, fine. Friends. Would you rather die to save your family or sacrifice your family to save yourself? I know that I would probably end up sacrificing myself. Would you rather always be hated by those closest to you for something you didn't do, or hurt everyone I love without being blamed? I don't think I could tolerate being hated by somebody closest to me for something I didn't do. Would you rather sleep with your worst enemy or someone you know has many incurable? Worst enemy. Easy. Would you rather only eat food you don't like or give up all liquids? Yeah, give up all liquids. I mean, chocolate milk is a big ask, but I'd do it. Misty, you have hind legs. Use them. Would you rather just at the lowest volume? Max volume is horrendous. Would you rather meet your hero and find out they don't like you, or never meet your hero? Never meet your heroes. You never meet your heroes. Also, why were you out in the rain? Would you rather never have a pet or never have friends? Oh god. Probably never have pets. Would you rather live in excruciating pain for the rest of your life, or pain-free but know everyone... I mean, I already live in pain, so that's not really a relevant question for me. I do this daily anyway. Okay, except for one. I will say I am getting a sore throat, so we need to wrap this up, Destiny. Yes, pets are friends, so in this instance you would get to keep both. Choose one of the words that resonates with you. Aha. Okay. I am ready due to take a shower. We'll go with inquisitive. Do I ever lie to those that are closest to you? No. Have you ever hurt someone whom I mean, I probably have. I don't remember the... Oh yeah, absolutely, I know that I've... Have you ever intentionally hurt an animal? No. Have you ever blamed someone for something that you know they didn't do? No. Have you ever abandoned a pet? No. Have you ever abandoned a loved one? No. Have you ever stolen something from someone you cared about? No. Have you ever broke something to spite someone you cared about? No. Have you ever played victim in a situation even though you hadn't been wronged? No. I'm not a psychopath. Have you ever had romantic feelings for someone who wasn't your partner while you were in a relationship? Yes. Have you ever wished for the death of someone who has wronged you? No. Have you ever wished for the death of a loved one? No. I mean, yes, no? Like, the only times where that has been the case has been when somebody has been, like, terminally ill and, like, coming to the last sort of days and just being like, you know, it's time to go. Like, just don't suffer. If you... Haha! We have Death Note. We have Death Post-it. No. I would do what we have previously said, and we would keep the Post-it in our back pockets to use it. Do you feel like you could spend more time than you normally do? No. Have you ever owed somebody an apology but refused to apologize to them? No. Do you ever regret worrying too much about things you can't control? Not so much anymore. Do you ever feel like your negativity brings other people down? I do fear it, yes. Do you ever regret not standing up for yourself? No. Do you ever feel like you let others influence your decision making too much? No. Do you ever wish that you lived a more honest life? No. Has your dishonesty ever caused someone else to suffer? No. Have you ever had someone leave your life before you had the chance to tell them something important? Yeah. Do you ever feel like you prioritize people in your life that are unworthy of your time? Sometimes, yeah. Do you ever feel like you prioritize your own wants before those you need? Do you ever feel like you prioritize your own wants before those who need you most? No. Do you ever feel like you're spending too much time working towards something that you're not truly passionate about? No. Hi, Night Phoenix. Do you feel like you are living up to your full potential? No. Do you ever let your fears stop you from pursuing the things you truly want? I mean, yeah. Have you ever refused to try something because you were afraid you'd fail? Yeah. Have you ever been attracted to someone but refused to let them know because you're afraid of being rejected? Yeah. Do you ever feel like you're chasing the wrong things in life? No. Do you ever feel like you spend too much time planning for the future that you ignore the present? No. Do you ever feel like your friends and family like you more than you like them? No. Have you ever loved a pet more than your family? Yes. Do you ever make up excuses to get out of going to an event instead of just telling the person that you just didn't want to go? Yes. Do you ever feel like you're spending more time with technology than you do building stronger bonds? No. Have you ever defended someone that you shouldn't have? Probably, yeah. Do you sometimes have a hard time admitting when you're wrong? Not really. Do you ever place the blame for your personal failings on something or someone else? No. Have you ever accused someone of something with no real evidence to back it up? No. Have you ever had with someone you know you shouldn't have? No. Have you ever had any kind of relationship with someone who you know you shouldn't have? No. Have you ever let a relationship degrade because you were afraid of being the one to break it off? No. Do you ever feel like you could take better care of your own health? Yes. Have you ever let someone take the blame for something that you did? Yes. Have you ever acquired something that you didn't really want just because someone else wanted it? No. Do you ever feel like you're not living up to other people's expectations? No. Have you ever walked out of someone's life without explanation? No. Do you ever feel like you focus more on the negative aspects of your life and what you don't have rather than being grateful for what you do have? No. Have you ever witnessed someone being wrong but didn't have the courage to stand up for them? No. And finally, do you feel like you're a good person? By and large, yeah, I do. Okay, let's see what Destiny has to say about me. This is preposterous. This simply cannot be. I've expected every potential outcome, but yours seems to have even evaded me. I was prepared to tell you your fate, play upon your fear, to break the worst news to you, to plant seeds of doubt within your ear. But I've asked you to be honest with me, and in turn, be just as honest with you. For as much as I wish to lie, I am forever shackled to the truth. From what I can deduct from deep within, from everything you've shared with me, in return I shall share this with you. This is what I see. Well now, you just might be one of the most pleasant souls to ever walk this earth. The problem is you're afraid of opening up, and I mean there is a pattern. There is a pattern appearing. And showing people the real you. And when I say the real you, I don't mean that the ones that your friends and family know. I mean the you that only someone you could trust with the deeper secrets could ever get to see. You see, you're actually a pretty amazing individual, but you think people are going to judge you way too harshly if they knew you completely. My advice to you would be to open yourself up a bit more and actually show the deepest parts of you more freely, even the parts of you that you may think people would find very unlikable. You'd be shocked just how many others are exactly like you, but you're never going to find out unless you take the time to open up to new souls. If you can master this little trait, you'll feel more comfortable opening up, and then an entire new world of opportunity will await you as well. I think you'll be very surprised just how much of a positive impact this can have in your life going forward. I hope this information helps you achieve your goals. Your secret word is revelation. Remember that word. It'll come in handy. If you received an ending that you've already received before from a previous examination, remember we didn't ask you your secret word prior to taking this test. That should be very telling. It means something very special. If your result was the same as something you got previously, we would like you to add the phrase twin words to your secret word in the comments. If you received an entirely new outcome, it means you've got multiple layers of things to work on in your journey, or you may just have an extra layer of depth going on in your personality, but only you will have the answer to that. You've answered hundreds of questions, you've found deeper meanings, you've been enlightened, and you've helped others find enlightenment. Many people have wondered just what the test series is truly about, but it's simple. The answers are always so much more simple than we believe them to be. The test is about you. The reflection of your darkened screen, the person who seeks the answers. The person who seeks answers. More than being about the answers, the test is more so about the questions. It's about making you think. It's about encouraging you to open up and admit that you're human, just as human as everyone else. The test is about unity. The test is about compassion. The test is about bringing people together and showing the world that we're not so different after all. Look at all the secret words you've found that have been left in the comments. Look at all the thousands of people who are just like you. We feel so lonely sometimes. We all feel flawed. We all feel pain. But that's because every single one of us is human. The world judges one another based on so many variables, but they're not, but they're the most hypocritical sets of variables imaginable. We judge each other and are judged ourselves by our peers, who we do the same exact shit that they judge us for, and that we judge them for too. You feel flawed because you are flawed. You feel afraid because you have the right to be. You feel overwhelmed because the world is overwhelming. Depression is overwhelming. Anxiety is overwhelming. Our problems are overwhelming. Suicide is an endemic. We are losing loved ones before their time, and any of us can fall into the hardest times of our lives at any given moment. We can lose everything we know and love instantly and unexpectedly. But the one thing we're not is alone. You are never alone. We are all flawed because we're all human. We're all scared because we're all human. We all fight these battles every day, every single day, because we're all human. But you never have to feel alone in your fight. Look at all the secret words that have been gathered that match yours. Look at all the words that don't match yours. Perhaps these people are going through struggles that you have yet to experience or know nothing about. And perhaps some others know not of yours either. But don't judge those who are struggling. Help them, just as you wish to be helped in your time of need. Don't be afraid to ask for help, and reach out to those who are. Everyone is suffering. Some of us just suffer quieter than others. We're all in this together. The test series has helped bring so many people together and make so many people feel less alone. We've read your comments. Others are free too as well. We've read about how the games helped you. We've read how much positivity they've spread. We've read how many people say their lives have forever changed. And I'll tell you one thing. If even one life was saved by the process of this social experiment, then it was worth conducting. And every single one of you that's left a comment is a hero. By leaving comments, you help spread the message out to others. You've helped spread a positive light in a very dark time for so many people, and those people have you to thank for it. There are so many people in this world who do nothing for others, and they'll continue to do nothing for others. They won't lift a finger to help other people around them because they don't understand that someone is suffering just as much as they are. They're just too afraid to open up about it. But not us. We've all opened up quite a lot, haven't we? We were brave enough to answer these questions that so many people fear admitting to. We were brave enough to take the chance and leave a secret word as our symbol of our participation. And for that, Random Studios would like to thank you by not only placing your name in the credits at the end of this game so the world knows your good deeds of spreading the world and participating, but we've also got another surprise for you. Everyone who left a comment on our titles and continues to do so will be put into the credits of our new massive project we've been working on. But that's not the good part. We will also be going through and selecting names for those who leave comments on all of our titles, putting their names right into the actual game and storyline, whether it be a special item, piece of lore, character named after them, and much more. You've contributed your time and energy and helped others in need. We want to make sure you're commemorated for your efforts and get the admiration you deserve. Now, as far as your secret words go, your secret words will play a pivotal role in the new project. We will plug your secret words into different parts of your journey. When they are requested of you, they will alter the game in a unique set of ways for your specific words. This is an RPG where every choice matters, where every decision you make matters. Changes something about your session. This is an RPG that focuses you on every human emotion and decision we make and how those decisions make us feel. Keep an eye in future for our main project, Chasing Demons, where every NPCs from all of our titles will be represented with a storyline, and the world will get to see just how they all tie together. You helped shape it. You helped make it what it is. And we will be sure to continue and add more and more players into the lore and gameplay as we read more and more of the comments left on our titles on the way up to its official release. And again, to commemorate who participated across all of our titles, we will be periodically selecting names from all of our titles. Thank you so much for everything you've done for us and everything you continue to do for the world. We greatly appreciate your feedback and support. We read every single review and every single comment. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you for everything you do, thank you for playing, and thank you for contributing your secret word to our projects. That's really quite sweet. I like that. I like that as a credits. Woo! Markiplier stands! That's actually how I came across this series in the first place, because I am a Markiplier stan. Oh shit, I missed what my secret word was. Can someone clip it and find out? Just a self-care and revelation. Okay, cool. Misty. Baby girl. There is nothing additional for you. I will peel the truth from your flesh like petals from a blackened rose. She loves me. Don't do this. She loves me not. She loves me. Please, I beg of you. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. She will never love a monster like you. So let her choice take its toll, and in her cell may she rot. That's actually pretty cool. That they gave a shout out to In Space with Markiplier. Okay. What do we think? I think that was time well spent.
Here we go now.
How long were we at this point? 4 hours. Oh my god. That is a long time. Holy crapola. We shall move the volume down for Yosh a little bit. Oof. 4 hours, y'all. Whew. Okay, well look, I had fun. My voice is trashed now, so no VOs for me. No VOs for me for tonight. For recording for Pokemon, so that will have to wait till Monday. But thank you all for hanging out with me. I think this was fun. This was interesting. This was an experiment. I liked it an awful lot. And thank you all for those who decided to hang around for the ride. I mean, I think this was super interesting and really worthwhile doing. So I'm gonna go and get some food and rest up for the rest of the evening. Thank you all again for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And thank you for everybody who followed over the last few hours that I didn't get to thank, and for Jessie for the resub. And look, guys, we will find something else to play real soon. It'll probably be, it might be a little bit of potion craft. I'm excited for it. I just gotta figure out what is the best way to stream it. So, thank you so much, and I will see you all really, really soon.